Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. All right. We got the 5 at 5608, or excuse me. Yeah, 5608. And we also have the 20 at 4571. So we're right in between. Let's see where the momentum takes us, okay? Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to lastbuytrading.com so I can get you sorted. Let's begin. All right, I know this is a wide range in here, but there's probably not a lot to do in here. Probably not a lot to do in here. Let's look at the higher time frames. Maybe starting a bear cycle right here. We're above the water, maybe starting a bear cycle below the water here. And we just got below the water in our bear cycle here, okay? So on our 30-minute time frame, we're still at this liquidity level here. So below the water, bear cycle above the water, bear cycle below the water. So we need to see, I think at least at minimum, if we're going to form support above 52.67, if we're going to form support above this, let's be cautious today. Let's be a little bit patient. Discord members, pay attention to this lick box right here. You know, it looks like there's no definite or defined channel other than this. That's all we got, right? So we'll see if the top of this right here, let me make sure everyone's paying attention. All right, cool. We want to see if the top of this is going to line up with the 5. Let's see if that even makes sense. No, it doesn't really. Well, we got to see where it is at that point, right? Because the 5 is going to move as price action continues. But the more it goes up, the more away the 5 is going to move. Or yeah, the more this goes up, the more this is going to go up too. The more the price increases, so the price needs to aggressively increase if this is going to happen. So let's say around 53.13, which is right here right now. I guess what I'm trying to say is we're in this channel here. It's not defined. I don't have any algo. I mean, I probably could sit here and do it, but let's be patient with it. We still want to see if we're going to retest and reject off of the top of this. And then if we did, watch. If we did, then that would make sense for, let's say we broke underneath this, then that would make sense for a flag, right? Remember about that consolidation because we have the jobs report on Friday. We have that jobs report on Friday. You know, if they wanted to wait for that jobs report to come out, because we already had significant movement yesterday, right? We haven't had this type of movement in a while, in a long while. So, you know, on the 5 minute, there's probably not a lot to do in here, unless you're, you know, bottom call, top put, bottom call, top put, and when that changes, we'll know. I'll make this more defined in a second, but this is just me eyeballing it, right? I'm just eyeballing it. I don't actually have any levels or data to go off of right now. I have some ideas, but it's sloppy. It's yeah, it's not clean. Now look how we see the 5 and the 20 converging on each other, right? You see how they're closing in on each other? This means chop. If they're both going in one direction, then we have an idea, right? If the 5 and the 20 were both pointing in the same direction, then we know what it is. But they're converging. So on a higher time frame, this means chop. This break and retest here, tough to catch. Let's see if we form support above 52.67. Damn, I didn't draw it. I was supposed to draw this. I got too focused on the analysis. We'll let the opening drive happen, right? We're gonna let the opening drive finish. And then we'll identify either if it's going to be continuation or where the 50-50 is going to be, just like yesterday, right? So there's either going to be at some point maybe some continuation if it touches the 5, or if they're going to 50-50. So what I'm trying to say is, at some point, you know, this is the opening drive. We need the data either way. It's going to be like this, right? Either we get above or we test wherever it is. This would be ideal. So yesterday, right before I left, like literally right before I left, we had like a lick box, and then the price broke below the lick box and then immediately started to retrace like this. Like within 1 minute candles, it started to retrace back into the lick box. And I told everyone, you got to let it play out. Just let it play out. And I told you where the call scenario was and where the ideal put scenario was. But if you were in on the bottom of the lick, you know, when this lick box broke, you had to allow it to play out. You know, unless we got up to this level here, you were still safe in your trade. Let me not say safe, but you know what I mean. You still had some room to go. So when I told you, when I was telling you, let it play out. That's what I'm saying. We have to be realistic with our time frame. We got to be realistic with our time frame. If we're trading, you know, if we're making plays off the 30-minute, we got to have a much higher time frame. Meaning hold longer. There's only going to be 1 to 3 trades in a day. That's it. That's all we're going to have. Most likely, you know, on average, 1 to 3 trades. If you're doing more than that, you're over trading. Or you're scalping. Either one. This means absolutely nothing, by the way. This was just trying to give some analysis from yesterday. Let's be patient today. Between the 5 and the 20, that's going to be, there's going to be a lot of movement in between the 5 and the 20. So look, until we're not doing this anymore, and you know, I don't have a defined algorithm because it's just not, it's very sloppy and ugly. We're doing this until we're not, okay? So, you know, we don't need to think too much. You don't need to try to guess where the market's going. You already know. We're doing this until we're not. And if the setup, let's say the setup somewhere down here, or let's say below 50, 51, if the setup is here and you're not willing to wait, then I mean, you know, probably today's probably not your day to take the risk. You don't have to trade every day, right? You have to be comfortable with your risk tolerance. We're almost back at market open. We're gonna look for something like this. Probably something like that. For puts, right? So we at least need to get down to probably 51 before puts, before we start thinking about puts. And for calls, our quote-unquote safety has to be on a BRR of the 5. Okay? It has to be. Your safety, quote-unquote safety, has to be a BRR above the 5. All right, so look, if they do this right here, they do this, then that means this right here is more likely. Or if they, right, so you see that one, or if they do this, then that means this one right here is also more likely. So watch, again, if they do this right here, something we gotta watch out for. Now let's say it just breaks below 51.49 and just keeps on going, then we miss it. Or look, calls on the bottom, puts on the top, right? We just went through it. And that's going to be the pattern until it's not. We literally just went through this. Okay, see? See what I'm saying? This is what we like to see. At least a little bit of, something right here. This would be ideal. And if the whole thing plays out, then, this would be ideal. And if the price action's moving too fast for you, you don't need to jump in a trade. Maybe this is the education, maybe this is the data that we need to gather so you're prepared for when it does happen again, you're prepared. This is the data you need. That I'm not saying that this is going to happen, right? I'm just saying what the ideal setup would be. And if this does happen, then that means that this is more likely. We just increased our what's it called? Probabilities. So we have to wait for it. If it doesn't happen, then that means this setup isn't here yet. We gotta wait. Let me clean up the chart. I'm just giving you guys I'm just showing you how I think. Very choppy, very choppy. This is chop, right? We don't have any idea of direction. All we see is the 5 and the 20 converging on each other. This means chop on a higher time frame. So it's going to be tough to catch a move, until something changes, until something breaks, it's going to be tough to catch a move. Most likely we're looking for probably somewhere down here. Underneath this lick box would be ideal. We're far away from that. So we're doing this until we're not, ideally somewhere down here. Maybe we can scalp something underneath, damn, where'd I have it? Underneath 51. Maybe we can scalp something underneath there. But that's all we can ask for, because this is what the data is telling us. If it goes more, if it does better, great. But if you're playing around in here, this is the highest risk. So look, I'll put it back. Gosh darn, my carpal tunnel. Hold on. Did you see my hand just spaz right there? It's bad, y'all. So remember, if this happens, just like this, then that means this is more likely. Now, I don't know how ugly it's gonna be on the way down here, but I'm just saying. Just saying. So we'll see. If not, we're in here. Watch. If not, we're just doing this. So this is the 1 minute scale, and then look at the 5 minute scale. You see how it's slightly different? So understand what scale you're trading on. Okay, let it play out. This is the data we need. So look, we're in this little purple until we're not. So remember, if this were to happen, then this is more likely. So we need the if to know the then. And then you would know your entry, right? Probably somewhere over here. This is just chop. So for any downward pressure you want to look for to see if we start making lower lows. That's what we need to start looking for. Otherwise, we want to look to see if probably 54, 44 is going to be ugly. We need to see strong movement. Here's the other option here. If we do this, this, and this, and then you got to look for that. So this is what I see. We're in here until we're not. And this is just for scalping. Oh yeah, Cruz, new PDT starts today. That's right. Damn, good point. Very good point. I forgot about that. Yeah, we got a whole bunch more people in the market now that are like, yeah, infinite money glitch. Here we go. This is just chop. Let this play out. Look at your 5 minute chart. This is what we're in until we're not. So look, we're in this until we're not. We'll know we're not in this when one of these scenarios play out. Right? Infinite money glitch to lose it all. They're like, wait, but I thought now that I could trade into debt. I thought now that I could trade into debt that everything would work out in my favor. Yeah, JR, wait on the sidelines, right? It has to be one of these things. At minimum, it has to be one of these things. And even still, look, we're still inside this liquidity box here on this 30-minute. Look at all this violence right here. Look at all this violence, right? Oh, sorry. All this violence right here, right? So we're currently in the violence. Today may not be the day for this stuff. We don't always have to take a trade. But that's a good point, that new PDT rule. Pattern day trading. As of right now, I just see chop. We're just in chop. We're not gonna know until after the fact on this, right? We're not gonna know until after. That's just what it is. From here, we'd be guessing. We're dead in the middle of chop. We'd be guessing from here. So if you are taking trades, you better be scalping. We're retesting this mini lick box here. Let me just clean up the chart just a bit. I don't want to confuse anybody. All right, we are above the water on the 1, above the water on the 5. Still in our weak bull on the 30. We're testing this top level right here. So look, this little micro head and shoulders played out, or you can look at it like this. They did the cup and handle the opposite way. Cup, handle, up. So we had these two options here. The 50-50 was right here. There's a bird destroying my backyard. Give me a second. It's a crow. Those are kind of ugly. I don't mind sending him to meet his maker. We're going to look for this purple for scalp puts. Purple is going to be scalp puts.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
There's a bird destroying my backyard right now. He's like the outdoor living space. He's on top. I can't even see him, but he's brave because I'm out there yelling like, "Hey, get off my roof!" He flew away the first time and he came right back. This guy's brave. Is it echoing? Protect the hummingbirds. All right, look, this purple has all the strength, right? This purple has all the strength. So we're in purple until we're not. Today may not be the day for this, but look, your quote unquote safety calls above the 5. It has to be above the 5. On a BRR, above the 5. This is the best advice I can give you. Has to be above the 5. 49.85. You know, we probably want to look for this. This is a wide range, but this is going to be sketchy because we're still inside this 30-minute lick box. See how they rejected this lick? Bruh, I'm going to go kill this bird. Hold on. Okay, they don't care about me. I just tapped the little roof that they're on. I can't see them, but I just tapped the roof. They're right on top of the roof, and I tapped it with my pellet gun. Didn't care. He kept walking on it. This bird does not care. Wow. If he gets in my sight, watch. If he gets in my sights, it's on sight. Yeah, I see what I did there. It's on sight. I learned that from Call of Duty. Look at this chop in here. Purple has the strength, right? Purple has the strength. We're almost back at market open. We don't even need this lick box here because purple has the strength. Because you see how purple's gradually ascending. So that means I would have to keep moving the lick box every time it touches the top of purple. There's no point in the lick box. We know purple is the liquidity. This is our diagonal liquidity. You don't even need to think about it. What we want to look for is a dance somewhere on purple. Okay? When I'm saying the dance, I mean we want to see them test it, immediately up, and then break. This is our best bet, and this is a scalp, right? Because this is a scalp. Because this is our bigger purple. I'm just gonna slide everything over a little bit. Everything's still the same. Chenko says the word on the street is it's illegal to have, I guess, crows as pets because of how smart they are. But this man's not being smart. Because I don't know what he's doing up there, but I know he's tearing some shit up or building a crazy ass nest. If I see him, it is on site. I better not see him. Only because he's being destructive. I can hear him doing some, like, I can hear him doing terrorism up there. Look, there's nothing to do in this purple, right? We see it. Your quote-unquote safety calls have to be above the 5. And then, you know, underneath 49.85. This is our best bet. Otherwise, I know this is a big chop range. It is what it is. This is the data. We're looking at the data happen right in front of us. We don't need to think too much. It's all happening. This is impossible to trade in. Unless you're scalping, this is impossible to actually do any trades in. Look, we see 53.74 is something. I said 74. Let me put it back at 74. We see it's something here. I'm gonna mark it in teal. There's some kind of level here. Something's going on at 74. Something going on here too. If it wants to pop to the upside, it needs to be significant candles stacking on top of each other. If it wants to pop to the upside, it needs to be like bam, 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 like, you know, like that, with, you know, I would like no retracement, just stacking right on top of one of another if it's gonna pop to the upside. Otherwise, you're gonna get caught in this. You're just gonna get caught in this annoying grind. And then to the downside, yeah, expect some retracement back to retest the level. All right, 53.85. Yeah, has some resistance here, so it might be violent. Where's that? 53. Okay, so somewhere around here it might be violent. All right, good luck, JR. Have a good one, bud. See, I'm the opposite. I usually wait till after 9:15 before I start taking trades. Because before 9:15, that's in my opinion, before 9:15, you know, you don't really have any sense of direction. I try to wait till after 9:15. Or excuse me, 9:45, 15 minutes after, not 9:15. My bad. 9:45. Man, you got me saying some crazy stuff. All right, so let's put all of our charts together. Let's compile all of our data, okay? We see that there's resistance at 53.74 around here. On our 30-minute, we see that's also some form of resistance at 53.85. So, you know, same. So we're at the resistance. So wait for a break and retest above the resistance, right? And if it's not like, if it doesn't break with some authority and come back and retest, then it's going to be ugly. I'm just going to slide everything over. Just sliding it over. Nothing's changed. Same stuff. Nothing has changed. We're allowing the market to build a liquidity. We're allowing for our exit liquidity to build. All right, we have 1, 2, 3 attempts on what is this? 53.74. But here's what we can see. Lower high, excuse me, higher low, higher low. We need to see if we're gonna make another higher low. So maybe once we get below this higher low right here, maybe this trend is done, which would make sense underneath what is this? Purple, right? And also underneath what is this? 52.23. So if I was a betting man, which I am, one of these things is gonna happen. Morning, Doug. You didn't miss anything, brother. It's been sloppy and choppy all morning, but it's fine because we know what the chop means. Chop just means they're building liquidity. So if we're having a choppy day today, what day is today? Thursday? Yeah. So yeah, I mean that only makes sense, right? If they're building a choppy day today, they're building liquidity for the move. Chop just means liquidity, right? That means everyone's agreeing on the price. Once something breaks, then we'll know. So don't get involved in the chop. We don't always have to take a trade. We don't always have to be in a trade. Not every day. We don't need to take a trade every single day. You know, if the environment isn't conducive to making money, and if it's more like, you know, risky scalpy type stuff, maybe we don't want to be involved. Remember, we don't have the type of money to force a stop hunt to make, you know, to make a move in the market that could produce a stop hunt. We don't have that type of money, so we have to wait for the momentum to take us, and then we ride the wave. So wait for the big players, wait for the big boys to move it in that direction. And once we understand the direction, we'll be fine. It doesn't mean it has to be today. This is too sketchy for me. I'm probably gonna sit this out because I see some more resistance at 34, 54, 34. I'll probably sit this one out. Yeah, see, we're in this. What is this? This gray until we're not. I'm gonna sit this one out. Today's not the day for me, but if you guys are taking the risk, above the 5. That's what I recommend. There's too many roadblocks to the top side, and the price action is moving in a funky ass way. We broke the lick box on the 30-minute, did we? Yeah, we broke the lick box up here. If this retest gets below 53.94, it's probably just gonna stay inside purple. So again, if the retest gets below 53, what'd I say? Damn it. I forgot what I said, but it was legit. If the retest goes below, shit, what did I say? Like somewhere here. If it gets below this, you probably gotta look the other way. But we'll see. Let it play out. Looks kind of interesting. Looks kind of interesting. Steam's 53.94. 53.90. Well, 53.94 is way up here, so I misspoke if I said 53.94. It had, I mean, somewhere it has to be somewhere down here. Maybe 53.40. If it gets below 53.40, we probably gotta look the other way. Also, Steams, my recommendation is above the 5. That's actually what I said, right? Above the 5. This is not the price action we like. Also, you should be waiting to see if we get liftoff from 53.74. You need to wait to see if we get some liftoff from here. Because this needs to be support now. And if it's not support, and if it gets below, damn, I don't remember where it was. I had a certain, I don't remember where I had it. If I said 94, I misspoke. I was, whatever I drew. Hold on, let me see if the Discord can tell me. Okay, if I said 53.94, I misspoke because it can't be 94. 94 is above. 94 is up here. I meant below. If we get below, too far below this, that means it's breaking the structure. If I said 94, I misspoke. Now I'm having a hard time remembering where it was. Maybe 44? Maybe I said 44. Or maybe I meant 44. All right, we see that whatever this teal is here has a lot of liquidity built.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
I'm here, I'm just being quiet. Okay, I'm back. Let me explain a little bit of my thought process. Here, look. So when I was telling everyone, I said 94 by accident. What I was doing was I was lining up the support with this candle right here and this wick right here. So you see this candle and this wick? This is where I was getting, if it gets below this, we got to look the other way. It was from this one and this one. So that's why this lick box looks like this. I got the support and resistance from, the resistance was this and this. This is what I was using. So when you saw me a little bit below this teal, I was like, it's got to be somewhere. And that's when I just left the dotted line at this level exactly. I just left it at this level to show the dotted line where the support, where the support's going to be. Sorry, I was taking a phone call. I couldn't speak during that time, but we're here now. Now look, we got above, protect your trade. So remember, whenever you see a flexion indicates that there's going to be violence. And if we get to this point on a break, a retest, if we were to get below, back under, then that means all we're going to do is form this. Watch. And then we'd be looking for the break of this purple. Okay, so this is the logic. But we would have to wait for the break of purple, right? Because we don't want to get caught in the chop. And then look, you see, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. We never went back below here. Now you got a little bit of room, adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out, I'm saying to adjust. So this is why I had this dotted line right at this level this whole time. Right here at this whole time. And this is also why the lick box was drawn the way it was. Now adjust your stops, right? You survived the wave. You survived. I think this is another wave on a break and retest above 54.44. Let's look at the 30-minute chart. 30-minute chart, the break, the retest, and the reject of the lick box right here. To 56.39. Maybe, right? Maybe. We don't know. We're going to see where the 5 is at that time. So you should be adjusting accordingly. This got interesting to me. Hold on, let me go back and look. This got interesting to me on the 1037 candle. Just had to survive a little bit of this, had to survive, and then obviously it worked out. After the session is over, you can rewind the tape. You'll hear what I'm saying. Hold on, this is interesting to me now. I saw the retest of 5374. This was a little bit concerning, and it went exactly to, it danced right on the stop, but it is what it is. It danced right on the stop, like I think to the penny. Yeah, it went literally to the penny on the stop. So look, this was the setup right here. This was the setup, right? There you go, Cruz. Easy money, right? Easy money. You're getting it. Takes a little bit of time. Now you're understanding the length of time. It's not, the candles aren't just going to stack on top of each other. We need to build a liquidity. If you go back and listen to what I'm saying, hold on, this is interesting to me now. You'll go back and listen. Whatever that time was, when is kind of, not when I knew, but kind of when I knew. Kind of. I also didn't like seeing the rejection of purple here. So this one, I was like, God damn it. Why? I didn't like the rejection of purple. This was a little concerning, but you know, this was the lick box. So if we broke this liquidity, then I knew. But it worked out pretty well. Worked out pretty well. You should start adjusting your stops now. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. Adjust your stops. All right, good job, Oz. Good job. Take your profit. Take your profit. However, we have exit strategies. You got to go through and look at the exit strategies. And if you're scalping, be okay with that. You knew what your strategy was. It was to scalp. If you executed your scalp, then you did your job. Don't look back and think, oh man, shoulda, woulda, coulda. You knew exactly what your strategy was and you executed. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. We're understanding now the length of time we have to wait. We're understanding now liquidity has to break. It's our best bet. And while we're still in the liquidity box, there's nothing to do, right? You have to allow it to play out. And if it breaks below when we start getting break, retest, reject, then, you know, the put scenario was on the break of purple. I've been saying that all morning. Break of purple was the put scenario. Our safety put scenario was here. Let's look at let me see something. All right, look, we're going to look at hold on, let me, we're going to do a screen share really quick. Let this play out. Watch. Let me show everybody in the world why you need to join the Discord. Screen share. Watch. We're in this is our morning trading plan. We're between the 5 MA and the 20 MA. We have two targets in our sight. Pay attention to where the momentum is shifting. This should give us a good indication of what to expect. Okay? Now look. Let's look where the momentum is shifting. Look at the momentum here. Okay. We confirm the momentum on the break and retest. Now watch. Now we're going to go to our bolt up. We wanted to see support form at, well, the top of the lick box here at 53.88. This says 53.88, right? So let's go to real life. Here. Look at the support form at 53.88. You see the support, the break, retest, and the reject of 53.88. This is perfection, right? This is, look at Oz. That's true. I took it from here. Let me wait, is everyone still? Yeah. I took it from 53.88. There you go. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Someone's reading the trading plan. The trading plans are there for a reason. I'm pretty good at what I do. I'm pretty goddamn good. So, you know, this is, and I even have the lick box here. I'm let everyone know, hey, look, we want to see a break and retest of the lick box. It all happened. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money. And then you heard me when I said, now I'm interested. At first I was like, you know what? I might not trade today. And then I was like, look, now I'm interested. Now I'm interested. Go back and rewind the tape. You'll hear it. You know, I'm not going to lie. This concerned me a bit. This right here, and I saw the rejection of purple. This concerned me a bit. However, you know, I had my little dotted line here, and I even corrected myself because I think I said 94 by accident, which didn't make sense because that would be above this teal. So I wouldn't want to, you know, above the teal wouldn't make sense. It had to be below the teal is where I said, or where I wanted it, where I meant to say, if it gets below this, we have to look the other way. So I said 94. I didn't mean 94. I corrected the record way ahead of time. You know, I misspoke. I think I was looking at 44 and I said 94, but you know, I had my, what do you call it, at 40 exactly. If you go back and rewind the tape, it was at 40 exactly the whole time. The whole time. Here we go. Here we go. Protect your trade. No, the crow didn't mess me up. I started to focus. Like, yeah, he was making a whole bunch of crazy noise, but I started to focus then. All right, back to the stream. So look, very simple. We already knew what to expect. Let it play out. You know what? Watch this. Watch this. Let me show everybody. Screen share. Look, if you're just tuning in, watch this. Today, absolute perfection. Here goes the trading plan. 2 targets. Pay attention to where the momentum's shifting between the 5 and the 20. We did the bolt up. Support at 53.88 right here. All of it happened. 53.88 support right here. Easy money, right? All right, let's go to yesterday. Let's go to yesterday. Let's see what happened yesterday. Trading plan. Look, pay attention to the thick teal on the 30-minute chart. Look for a play at the 5. Right? All right, so let's go to yesterday. Here's yesterday. Here's the teal. I had this highlighted for the members yesterday. I had it highlighted with a 2. Right? So I said, pay attention to this thick teal. I even drew a gosh darn yellow line through it to let them know what I'm talking about. So if we break through this thick teal, we have an idea of what to expect, right? Maybe a break and retest and reject. So let's look what happened. We're going to go to the bolt down under the 5 MA. Break, retest, reject underneath the thick teal, right? Look at the date. Look at the time. Look at the setup. Pay attention to the thick teal on the 30-minute chart. This is absolute perfection. This is what happened, right? This is yesterday. It broke, retested, rejected. Broke, retested, rejected. The thick teal. I don't need to say any more. I don't need to say much more. And today, absolute perfection as well. Same thing. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. Go to the website. I'll get you sorted. This is too easy. This is actually too easy. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that. This is why they shadow ban me, but I'm just telling y'all. I'm just telling you. I prove it every single day. And yesterday, I didn't stream only for like 2 hours, but the setups hit. We just had to be patient. All the setups hit. If you're sitting there on the sidelines, you're trying to make day trading a thing. Look at Doug. Look at Doug. Okay, watch. Let me screen share. Screen share. Look at Doug. 121% on this play taken. And I did hear you say, this is interesting. There you go. There you go. Now I'm interested. Now I'm interested. Okay, here we go. Good job, everybody. Good job. All right, this just took me out on my first set right here. My first set just got taken out. Okay. Now look, the 5, most likely target, not guaranteed. I'm going to be happy with what I got. I got a really good fill, right? We got filled exactly on the bottom. I mean, not the bottom. The bottom would have been at 40, 53.40. Whenever I said it, it was somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. But this is a good trade, right? This is a good trade. Excellent trade. Doug, are you trading on IBRK? Was it International Broker? I think that's what it is. IBKR? IBKR? Which one is it? This is a good trade, right? Interactive broker, whatever. Are you trading on it, Doug? Oh, okay. Damn, brother. Man. You know, what do you call it? Jones said he's going to help. He said it's where a winner's trade. And me. Oh, man. All right, look, I just want everyone to understand, like, look at the analysis from this morning. The analysis from this morning, pay attention to where the momentum is shifting. This should give us a good indication of what to expect. We have 2 targets on our site, the 5 and the 20. So look at the momentum. Look where the momentum is shifting. Look where the momentum is shifting. Easy money. We just had to be a little bit patient and let the market do what it needs to do. This is our best bet. This is our best bet. And look, I don't like giving you verbal cues like that because everyone has a different risk tolerance. Everyone has a different risk tolerance. I need you all to understand your own risk tolerance. Because I don't get it right every time. I don't get it right every time, but the majority, yeah, we'll be all right. We're going to be all right. Now you need to figure out if you're willing to survive the weak cycle or not. Because you don't know how deep this weak cycle is going to dig. Or you don't know if they're going to form. Watch. You don't know if they're going to form this right here. Hold on. Let me clean this up. Let me put the mascot away. This, and then this. So understand the risk. Understand where you're not willing to understand the amount of risk you're willing to tolerate. That's what I'm trying to say. If we stay just in this path here and hit the 5, great. If they need to pull back to here, this is probably not tolerable for me. Okay, there we go. I'm going to start adjusting my runners now. Now look, if you're sitting here and you're focused on trying to chart and you're trying to call shit out and do the opposite of what I'm saying, if this is your focus, you're wasting your time and you're wasting your money. You're wasting time and wasting money. And if you have a bias and your bias is telling you, you need to get rid of your bias. Just, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm pretty good at this. You guys need to start paying attention to what I'm saying. I'm giving you the answers to the test. Doesn't mean they're always going to work, but we need to win the war at the end of the week. We're going to lose some battles here and there. Fine. We need to win the war. You know, I don't want anyone to think infinite money glitch, yada, yada, yada. That's not what this is. This takes time. And you're going to get it. You're going to see it too. And even if you don't see it right now or ever, it's still the same plays. It's still the same money. Right? We're taking the same trades. So don't feel like you're missing out. Like, oh, I want to be able to do. And if the $150 or the $45 is too much to pay it forward, then you got bigger problems. You got bigger problems. Look how much money just got made, and you're worried about 150 in a month. You got bigger problems. This isn't for you. And I don't want you to sit here and waste money or have unrealistic expectations. Don't do it. I recommend sit here, follow what I'm saying, collect the money. Don't focus on trying to do lines and shit. Like, don't focus on that. I've been doing this I stare at these charts all day, every day for a very long time. And if you're not going to put in that type of work, let me at least do the heavy lifting. Stop going off a bias. Stop using the indicators. The indicators aren't going to help you. The indicators are not going to help you. Everyone's relying on indicators. Yeah, but the indicator says this, so I'm going to... And then a certain level breaks and the indicator says exactly the opposite of what it was saying 2 minutes before. How many times has it happened? How many times? You know, at a certain point, we need to do the math. How many times has the indicator led you in the wrong direction? How many times have I led you in the wrong direction? This is just math. You really don't even need to think about it. Because one of them had to happen. Once we get the data, this is our best bet. This is our best bet. It doesn't always have to work, but you know, we got the statistics and data on our side. Oh man, I'm not. Eesh. All right, I'm gonna try to be disciplined here. I'm trying not to stop my runners out. I'm trying to be disciplined here, but I'm getting nervous. All right, I'm going to put the win somewhere over here. The put scenario had to be somewhere down here. If you're waiting for this break and retest of the 5, wait for it. You got time. Wait for it. You got time. We see we're traveling up this purple to the top side. We broke the purple liquidity, retested and rejected off of 54.44, which is also the purple. So 56.39 next on the menu maybe, right? So if you're using the 30-minute chart, inside of this 30-minute candle, a lot of BS happened. A lot of BS happened inside of this 30-minute candle. So we have to understand the time frame we're trading off of, and the trading plans are on a 30-minute time frame. So sometimes the plays might take an hour, like yesterday, 2 hours. I remember one of the members held for at least 2.5 hours. Dre Day. At least 2.5 hours she held a trade because it had to be like that. I mean, the support didn't break. So if the support didn't break, that means we're building liquidity for the move. So it's up to us to be patient, to allow the play to play out. They're not 45-second plays. They're not 1-2 minute plays. I mean, it could be depending on your strategy, right? If you're scalping, 1 or 2 minutes, fine. But don't feel shitty when the trade goes and you stopped out early. Don't feel shitty if you're not willing to play by the rules. These are the rules. I say it every day. No different. Every day the same thing. And look, I don't get it. I'm not perfect. You all know I stop out way too early and I always regret it. Even though I know the fives right here, I'm not willing to take certain drawdown. That's just me. But I'm okay with that because I have a certain amount that I like to collect on a day, and once that's happened, everything after that is just greed, and I know that about myself. And I need to fix that. I shouldn't be greedy like that, but I really need to humble myself because I know it can all. I'm not going to get it right every time. Shit's going to happen sometimes. I'm not going to get it right. So what happens is when I get it wrong, it hurts my ego so bad. And especially I have a lot of pressure on me live calling out day trading. I have a lot of pressure on me to perform. So I feel extra shitty. And then I feel like people are disappointed in me because, the stock market didn't do what it should have done or, what we expected to do. It's a lot of pressure on me, but the only thing, my saving grace, is saying that we win more than we lose. That's for sure. All right, Cruz. I like that. He said rant. Let's go. I like that, Cruz. What you're doing, Cruz. All right, I'm going to read your comment out loud. I would feel more stressed scalping 4 to 5 trades daily. I'd rather take 1 to 3 trades now and make the same, waiting for the chart to reset. Listen, this is you evolving as a trader. This is the path, right? You're learning to be comfortable with the uncomfortable. This is the path. Everyone has their own path, and it's, when you're going to be profitable is when you get comfortable with that concept. That's when it's going to happen. When you get comfortable being uncomfortable. It's plain and clear as day. Very clear. Very plain as day. This is what it takes. And if you're struggling now, this takes time. And I get it, you're like $150 a month. Some people pay, $250,000 for a degree in whatever they're getting their degree in. Some people pay that money, right? And they got to pay it back, and they're paying interest on it, right? So if you're sitting out there on YouTube and you're watching and you're trying to make this a thing, if $150 is like stressing you out, or then it's not for you. Maybe not. Save up a little bit. I don't want people to join thinking this is my last $150 and here's my last stitch effort in order to make it in life. Don't do that. To do this, you got to have money to be willing to burn. I'm telling you right now. If you don't have money you're willing to burn to learn, I'm not so money hungry and money grubby that I need your $45 or $150. I'm not that guy. It's not that important to me. I need to know I'm doing this because I want people to succeed. And I want to show them there's another path. There's another way. It doesn't have to be the way that everyone told you. Because I'm pretty sure you tell your friends, oh, I'm day trading. And they're like, that's risky. And then if you take a loss, you can't tell them you take a loss, right? Because they're going to be like, I told you so. I told you so. And it's going to burn. And it's going to burn you. It's going to make you feel like shit. Because they don't get it. They don't understand. And then once you make a good trade and you make that 3-4 figure day, then they look at you different, like, oh, okay. You got to watch out for these people. You got to watch out for these people. Because they're going to be there. So be careful who you tell you're day trading. Because they're going to have expectations, right? And I'm not saying they're right or wrong. They're going to have expectations, right? You only made $10 today. What? That's a waste of time. That's what they're going to tell you. I can make $10 picking up cans and going to the recycling center. That's what they're going to tell you. It's not for them. They don't get it. These people are programmed like robots to whatever society tells them. Okay, I guess that's the thing I got to do. Society told me it's got to be a thing. I need to go to college. I need to spend a crap ton of money on a degree that I'm never going to use because none of that shit exists anymore because the computers took all the jobs. Congratulations, computer engineers. You played yourself. You thought you were going to be a data analyst? Guess what's the thing that they don't need anymore? Guess what they don't need anymore? Data analysts. You know what the AI still, till today, cannot do? What we're doing right now. The AI still can't do it. Look at the drawdown it takes. It's not a thing. The AI just uses what? Indicators. And they're always going to be late on it because the AI just uses data that's already out there. Duh. And look, some people are comfortable with the normal 9 to 5, clock in, clock out. I have my security, I have my safety. Some people are comfortable with this. Fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But don't have an expectation of this channel or even day trading period or trading stocks period. Don't have that expectation. If you're not willing to put in the work, if you're not willing to invest in yourself, expect exactly that. Oh, man. I'm trying to stay disciplined here. I want to take my profit here, but I'm trying to stay disciplined. I don't know if I'm willing to wait for the weak bear to play out. All right, I'm done ranting. I just want everyone to succeed. I genuinely do. I genuinely want everyone to succeed. And, you know, I spend a lot of time and a lot of effort trying to make you all see what I see. To make you all understand the risk. I just want the best for everybody. But here's the thing. There's people that have been with me for a very long time that still, I have to tell, till today, did you look at the trading plan? Did you look at the trading plan? Why would you get scared out here? Did you look at the trading plan? And then finally, after over a year, finally, yeah, I knew because I looked at the trading plan. Finally, you know, so it takes time. It takes time. And look, and then again, there's going to be a time where you look at the trading plan and none of that shit happens, right? And I'm going to be looking like egg on my face. But on a balance of probabilities, just look at the data. It's probably going to work. It's probably going to work. I'll probably put a video out on Friday or Saturday or Sunday showing how every single trading plan hit. Watch. Watch, it's going to happen. So if we're trading off a 30-minute time frame, you know, one candle is 30 minutes long. Just, this is simple math. Put that math in your head. One candle is 30 damn minutes long. So on a break and retest, the break is 30 minutes, the retest is 30 minutes, and then for the play to play out is probably another what? 30 minutes. So that's an hour and a half on a break and retest on a 30-minute chart, right? So your time frame needs to change unless you're scalping. And I'm trying to accommodate different risk tolerances. I'm trying to accommodate different strategies as far as entries and exits. It's not easy. It's not easy. Just want you to understand that if you're scalping inside of that 30-minute candle, there's going to be a lot of bullshit up in there. Inside of that 30-minute candle. And I can tell you right now, the candles are never going to stack one on top of another on top of another. And you just think, oh, okay, let this minute play out. Oh, okay, cool. Let this minute play out. And then you're just moving your stop along. You know, does that happen? Rarely. What you need to expect, have the expectation of something like this right here. Something like this. This is ideal, not ideal, but this is most likely. Where a certain level breaks, you figure out where the liquidity is, and then if it breaks that liquidity, you're out of the trade. Until it breaks that liquidity, there's nothing to do. Let it play out. And it's going to take time for that to sink in your head and resonate, because you're going to see red candles like this one right here. You're going to see this red candle right, the 1048 candle right here. Gosh, what is wrong with this candle right here, this 1048 candle? You're going to see these candles. This is the market saying, let me go ahead and grab my liquidity. This is you being exit liquidity right here. This is what this is. This is a slap in the face, and they continue on forward. So once you understand how to identify slaps in the face, meaning our liquidity box, meaning whenever you see me hovering or saying, if it gets below this, then we got to look the other way. You got to interpret what I'm saying. And I say it every day. It's just going to take time to sink in. Some of you are getting it. Some of you is going to take time. It's going to take time. It's not overnight, because I don't speak like everybody else. Everyone else knows all the technical terms. They know I don't know technical terms. And you know what? I don't need to. I don't need to know it. I just need to know, are we winning money or not? That's what I need to know. That's what we're here for. We're not here to know specific, vernacular. I'm not trained. I'm not classically trained in none of this stuff. Some people need to hear that, like, oh, okay, this guy probably knows what he's talking about. That's not me, because, I have a very rough way of speaking. I'm not polished. Not like that. I'm just regular dude trying to, that one day is like, you know what? I think maybe I can help people if I showed how to day trade. Because it was such a big mystery to me. It's like, man, how do people do this? And I went through all the steps you're going through. I went through relying on first I went through, man, there's got to be a better way. And then I tried my first one and I made something. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, man, you're telling me I could just sit here, click a button and make all this money? No way. I got overconfident. And then the overconfidence led to taking losses, right? And then the overconfidence led to relying on indicators. And then the relying on indicators led to trusting the indicators too much, to the point where I lost perspective. When I'm saying I lost perspective, I wouldn't allow any type of retracement whatsoever. Hold on, this is about to stop me. My runner's out right here. Hold on. Because I'm not willing to hold through okay, come on, man. I'm just not willing to hold through any significant. I'll give it a little bit more room, but I'm not going to do much more. I'll give it a little bit more room, but I'm not going to do much more. Give me 1 sec. Okay. I'm not doing much more than this. I'm not going to say I had the perfect entry, but I had a damn good entry. Damn good entry. And usually I'm like a little bit late on it. Usually I'm late and I got to survive. But I had a good entry on this one. I took the plunge, so to speak. Yeah, I got too much on the line to start letting it eat away. So I'm probably going to start chasing it. I'm going to start chasing this. If it goes up, I mean, the 5's right here. Highly likely, but this is my Achilles heel. I'll be out on purple. If we break purple, then I'll be out. I'm going to clear up this chart. Everyone now knows what my risk tolerance is. If we break purple, I'm out. I probably need to get up and walk away. That's probably what I need to do, but now I'm like laser focused on it. And I know this is, I'm telling you, I have the same issues you have. Yeah, I have a little bit more risk tolerance because, I just got a little bit, probably more experience. But as far as the exit, I have the same issues you have. We're no different. We are no different. The only reason I'm okay with purple because at least it's sloping up, right? So, it's telling me that it still has a chance. There's still a chance. You're telling me there's still a chance. If it gets too low, I'm not willing to deal with this drawdown. That's just me. If I need to get back in, fine. Okay, good trade. This is a good trade. If it wicks and goes back up, fine, whatever. This was good money here, right? I got pretty much, not full. I didn't get 100%, obviously. I got stopped out on 120, or excuse me, 1120. For my first set, second set was on the break of this purple here. I still think this was a great trade. This is my risk tolerance. This is what I'm willing to deal with. I'm not willing to deal with this because it's too much, in my opinion. If we get this much momentum, then I have to worry about, this lick box becoming a thing again. If I see, maybe there's an entry here, maybe. However, I'm pretty happy with the trade for the day. I really don't need to trade anymore. I really don't need to trade anymore. This was a perfect, not a perfect day, but I think the analysis was spot on. I'll say that. And look, a lot of bullshit is going to happen in this 30-minute candle. A lot of bullshit is going to happen in this 30-minute candle. So understand your risk tolerance, understand who you are as a trader. This is the key. This is the key. Once you're comfortable with that, I know you guys hear me bitch and complain about, man, I knew I shoulda. I know you guys hear me bitch and complain, but it really doesn't affect me like how it used to. Before, my feelings used to get hurt. I still have to contemplate life like, man, what am I doing? Did I just throw away a whole shit ton of money that I could have put anywhere else? Like, this was the way I used to think. What am I doing? Why did I just burn all that money? Or you know, I would put my stop so tight that I would just stop myself out for negative without allowing for any red candles at all. And I would just keep digging a hole, digging a hole, digging a hole. And then I wouldn't even fill the hole. I would like put a little bit more dirt in the hole, but it would never fill the hole. You know, dig the hole, dig the hole, dig the hole, win a little bit, not enough to cover my loss. And it was all because of the fear. It was all because of the fear. And that fear, man, that fear is tough to get over. But this takes time. And once you start to understand, like, man, there's only so many times I'm going to get slapped in the face and they're going to keep going, right? There's only so many times that I can get slapped in the face. This is usually how human beings work. They can only put up with so much bullshit. You know, a man can only have but so many red M&Ms. Eventually, he's going to want a blue one. Let me try that blue M&M, goddammit. And the blue M&M sometimes, you know, looks like moving your stop where it needs to be instead of chasing every single candle. Allow the movement, allow the liquidity to break and retest. Allow that. This is what it takes, I'm telling you. We need a blue M&M every now and again. The red one's fine. Let's eat a blue one sometimes. Once you venture off into tasting that blue M&M and you're like, you know what? It's not so bad. It's not so bad. Then it will become common practice. Once it becomes common practice, you've become a robot. And once you become a robot, your success will change. Your success will change. You're going to have a little more. You're going to know when, okay, you know, I at least waited this amount of time. I'm willing to, you know, I don't like the way the candles are playing out. Let me take my profit now. And if it goes, fine. If not, I made something. Or I'm waiting for this point in time here. And because my risk is very little, like let's say you want to buy a call, right? Let's say the price comes down to here and you see some green, right? Let's say it gets all the way down to here and you see some green popping up. Then you know your stop loss is very tight. You know you can put a very tight stop loss, and if it goes against you, okay, $5 I was willing to donate to science. And then you know what the direction is going to be. You see what I'm saying? It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Once you understand these concepts and you understand risk management, this gets much easier. You're going to have much more control over how much you're going to make in a trade and what the expectation is. Watch. This takes time. I haven't lied to you yet. I haven't lied yet. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. I gotta circulate some blood. My eyes are, what is it? I'm starting to get tunnel vision. Like when my blood doesn't circulate, it's literally tunnel vision. Like everything starts to get hazy. So I just need to get up and walk around for a bit. Give me a second. I'm gonna come back and we're gonna go over some more plays. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. All right, I want everyone to pay attention really quick. Watch this. Everyone pay attention. If you're comfortable using indicators, right? Everyone likes the indicators for whatever reason. We use them for very specific purposes, and it's not to take a trade. I can tell you that. So look, we identified very early, our initial setup was this one right here, right? We want to see a break, retest, and a reject, right? We even had this nice teal line here to let us know what we're looking for. Now, this was here far in advance since pretty much since I want to say around 9:53, around this time is when we had the setup, right? However, if you look at the indicator, look when the bull cycle starts. Look when the bull cycle starts. So we didn't need the indicator to tell us what was going to happen. We didn't need the indicator to tell us what was going to happen. You understand what I'm saying? How many times am I going to do this to prove my point? The indicators only react after the fact. Cool story, bro. We don't care about after the fact. We need to know ahead of time. And this is called risk management. Knowing ahead of time what we can expect. And if it doesn't work out, then we know where the setup is. Then we know it's going to be on the break of purple, right? If it rejects here and it didn't give us what we wanted, then we know it had to be on the break of purple. Very simple. You don't need to think too hard. It's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. You need to stop relying on indicators. They're only going to react after the fact. I can't stress this enough. Get it out of your mind. Get it out of your mind because it doesn't work. It can't work. Another thing, if you're sitting here and you're trying to chart yourself and you're trying to day trade and you're trying to watch me and if you have your own thesis about and you have your own bias, you're working against yourself. I'm not telling you I don't want you to learn it. I'm telling you, number one, it's going to take time. And number two, you don't need to. Here's why. It's just like when I'm not comparing myself to Amazon, but let's say you invest in Amazon or Microsoft or whatever, Nvidia, whoever, right? You invest in these companies. You're not in there saying, okay, well, let me figure out how to make chips. Let me figure out how to market it. Let me figure out how to do all this. No. You're saying, when you're making that investment, you're saying, they already got the infrastructure set up. I'm along for the ride. Right? So successful traders aren't sitting here trying to reinvent Amazon or Nvidia or whatever the company is. The infrastructure is already set up. So make the money. I've already done the heavy lifting. Make the money. And if you're following me long enough, it's going to be the same exact setups, right? You're going to identify the same setups I am. So don't focus on trying to chart and trying to do this. Focus on making the money. You're going to learn all this stuff in time, and it takes time. If you're new, focus on making the money. Focus on executing your trades. Focus on your entries and your exits. Focus on placing your stops where they need to be. Don't focus on trying to reinvent the wheel. That will come. I'm not saying I don't want you to learn. I'm saying make the money in the meantime. That's what I'm saying. All right, we gotta let this settle out, right? Because we're in between probably this. Probably, I don't know. We're gonna find out, right? We went from level to level. Now we gotta find out. Oh, look at this perfect bounce off this magenta here. Perfect bounce off this magenta. So look, we broke the magenta, retested the magenta, perfect bounce off the magenta. Like this is art. This is art right here. This is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful, right? Because we identified that magenta holds liquidity. This is our diagonal liquidity. We identified that this is the liquidity. Oh, my carpal tunnel. We identified this is liquidity in here. So it's a break and a retest of the liquidity. And, you know, if you've been listening to me long enough, you know liquidity goes either diagonal or horizontal. So what I've done is pretty much combine the two. I've combined the two and made a risk assessment based on both of those liquidity levels. This is what it is. If I had to wrap up in a bow what my strategy is, it's a combination of those two things, of identifying algorithms and identifying supply and demand. It's both. It's not just one. And I've evolved because when I first started, it was strictly algorithms. And then once I started seeing like secondary liquidity keep stopping me out, or secondary liquidity mainly stopping me out, then I understood that there's something else at play. There's another concept in the stock market. And the other concept is basic supply and demand. So we are being able to identify when we're in chop, when we're in the liquidity box, and when they're continuing in a trend. You know, this is what we're identifying here. So I guess it's like a hybrid, right? It's like a hybrid of two different strategies. All right, let's see. All right, so on our 30-minute chart, this break and retest of, what is this, 5473. This break and retest of 5473 coincided with the break and retest of our, damn, it was off by like a couple cents. the break and retest of our what is this? The magenta here. So the break and retest of 54.73 was the break and retest of the magenta right here. Perfect. Off by a couple cents, but you know, on a stock that costs, or an ETF that costs $754 and $755.81, you know, under 10 cents is pretty good. It's pretty good. And look, this is the drawdown. I wasn't comfortable with but you know, this is my personal. We made money today. We made good money today, so I'm not even upset with this. Yes, sir. We trade options. We trade options. I'm just gonna call you 512, Mr. 512. We trade options. Well, I mean, you don't have to. You can trade whatever method you're using for making trades on SPY is going to be the same results, right? It may be different amount of profit. You know, for example, if you bought one share at 54.83, then you only made less than $1 here. But if you're trading options, you made a lot of money on this. We made a lot of money today. We made a lot of money. 512, if you'd like, I'll go through. I don't know how long you've been watching, but if you like, I'll go through the Discord and show you exactly why you need to join the Discord. And if you've never traded options, I have a whole lesson on how to do it. Very simple, very easy. It sounds complicated, but it ain't. I'm a 1.6 GPA student. 1.6 GPA, and we do okay. We do okay. You couldn't pay me to be a lawyer or a doctor. You couldn't pay me. That'll be a reduction in pay. No, thank you. Look, if you took this flexion somewhere down here, if you saw the lift off, I know I wasn't exact, but if you saw the lift off and you took this flexion point, you need to start protecting your trade because we're at the top of the lick box now. Now you protect your trade. If you did the lick box, you need to also protect your trade. 512, you let me know. I'm going to show you magic before the market open, exactly what I said. If you're interested in if you want to see what's really going on behind the scenes in the Discord, I'll be more than happy to show you. Just let me know, or anybody that's watching. If you're interested in understanding what's going on here and why this is unique, why I'm different than everybody else, because ain't nobody doing what I'm doing. I'm telling you, nobody. If you want to see why we're unique, let me know and I'll show you. All right, here. Let this play out. Look, all right, look. First of all, I want to tell you that this is the 5 moving average, okay? So as long as we understand that this is the 5 moving average, now everything I'm going to say is going to make sense. This is the 5 moving average. This is the 20 moving average. 20 MA. This is the 5 MA. Now watch the magic. Ready? I'm going to share my screen so everyone can see. Screen share. Here we go. Watch this. This is the Discord. Every morning I make a trading plan, right? This is this morning. June 4, before the market open. I'm Pacific Standard Time, by the way. So look. Traders, we are between the 5 MA and the 20 MA. We have 2 targets in our sights. Pay attention to where the momentum is shifting. This should give us a good indication of what to expect. Okay? Now, if we look at our bolt up scenario right here, I drew specifically we want to see support forming at 53.88. Okay, this key level that I have here, and these key levels are unique to live SPY trading. All right, now let's look to see what happened in real life. Here's our 30-minute chart. Do you see the support at 53.88? And if you also pay attention, you see this liquidity box here that I have? It broke, it retested the 53.88, the top of the liquidity box, which gave us our strength to the upside. So look, this is what I drew before the market opened. This is what happened in real life. This is what I drew. This is what happened. This is what I drew. This is what happened. And look, I drew it before the market opened. Oh, you think that was just luck? All right, let's look at it. Let's look at yesterday, June 3rd, before the market opened, right? Looks like some consolidation. Watch this. Pay attention to the thick teal on the 30-minute chart. Look for a play at the 5 MA. This is yesterday, okay? So let's go to yesterday. This is yesterday's play, right? Here goes the thick teal and the 5 MA. Now watch this. If we look at the bolt down under the 5 MA, which I just said, pay attention to the thick teal on the 30-minute chart, look for a play off the 5. So we should be looking for a play off the 5, right? Bolt down under the 5 MA. Let's click on that one. The break of the thick teal, the retest, and the rejection. Let's see what happened in real life. Here it goes. The break of the thick teal, the retest, and the rejection. So this is what I drew. This is what happened in real life. Remember, this is the 5 MA. This is what I drew. This is what happened in real life. Okay? So if you're still not convinced, there's nothing I can do for you. Day trading is not for you. If being exact and precise is not enough, then day trading is not for you. You need to figure out something else with your life. Change the channel. Don't waste your time. Okay. And also, look. Oh, wait. Not only that. Check this out. This is our trade chat, right? Every single day we post the wins. Every single day we post the wins. There isn't a day that goes by that we don't post wins. This is, and look, you can get in the Discord right now and check for yourself that they all make sense. I'm not just making shit up. And then you can go and look at the live streams to verify that everything I'm saying right here is true and accurate every single day. Every single day. So there's the proof right in front of your face. There's the proof. And it's all done before, not after the fact. I don't show up after the fact saying, oh, look what I did. I'm doing this shit before, not after. It's easy for someone to fake this shit and say, look how we did. Look, it's easy for people to fake this shit. Very easy. But I put everything on the line every single day, live and in real time. Live. No one else is doing this. Doesn't exist. So if you're interested, all the data's right there. If you're still confused, like, I don't get it, this ain't for you. What I'm trying to say is, before the market opens, we already know what to expect. We already know what the setups are. That's what I'm saying. Here's the 5 MA. I told everyone, look for the momentum. I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it again. This is what I said in pre-market. Pay attention to where the momentum is shifting. This should give us a good indication of what to expect. We're in between the 5 MA and the 20 MA. We have two targets in our sight. All right, cool. The 5 MA, the 20 MA. We need to look for the momentum shifting in a direction to let us know what we should expect. Also, this right here, way ahead of time, right? Way ahead of time. Because we knew that if we get below this, we got to look the other way. We got to look to the downside. But that never happened, right? So we only had a call scenario in our sight. That was it. If you took the break of this is for Discord members, by the way. If you took the break of this lick box, you survived. You survived the first wave. Adjust your stops now. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. Don't be greedy. If you made money, you made money. Be happy with that. This is going to take time. I don't care if it's $10, $15, $20. If you made money, don't let it go against you is all I'm saying. Because you're not going to be happy if they want to retest this again and slap people in the face and keep going. You're not going to be happy with that. So it's going to take time for you to be uncomfortable. With being comfortable with being uncomfortable. So take the money and then allow yourself that amount of time to get the experience in the market. You need to get thrown in the pool. You need to suck up some chlorine water and burn your eyes a little bit. And then eventually you're going to start kicking. You're going to start kicking to keep your head above the water. So you got to allow in the meantime, don't drown. Take the money. That's all I'm saying. Break retest of the lick box right here. It broke the lick box. We have an expectation. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it's our best bet. Especially when I told you ahead of time what to expect. And if you're still sitting here hesitating, that's fine. You need this time. You need this time. Don't feel like, oh man, I missed out. Let me jump in now. Let me jump in now. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. Don't say, oh, look, the 5's right there. Let me jump in now on a call. No way. At this point here, it has to be from here, from right now, as we speak. Even though it's most likely we're probably going to test it, maybe, who knows? We don't want to guess. From this point here, we need to break, retest, and reject the 5. The entry was down here. If you didn't take this lift off from here, then or at least at the lick box, there's nothing to do now. Now you're chasing it, you're FOMOing. You got to have some type of strategy, it's not vibes anymore. We're past that. We're past vibes. We're past using indicators. We're going to let the price action tell us. We're going to let the market move and we're going to ride the wave. We don't move the market. We're riding the wave. Let them pave the way. Let them figure out the hard part. You understand? We don't need to get involved in the hard part. If you're trying to get 100% of the play, then that's something you need to work on. I'm telling you right now, we're not going to get 100%. So just get that out of your mind. We're not getting 100%, but there's only so much I can do. And besides being precise and perfect, especially yesterday and today, there's nothing more I can do. If you're stopping yourself out because the red candles inside of a 1-minute chart, you better use the 5-minute chart. You better use that 30-minute. Because the 1-minute chart is very specific. It's for a specific purpose. You're scalping. But I know we all like to use the 1-minute chart because it seems like we're getting I get it, right? The data's more constant. We're constantly getting that feed of information, so we feel more comfortable with it. However, you have to understand that the information you're getting inside of this is just, a lot of bullshit going on in the bigger, in the higher time frame, in the bigger picture. That's all that's happening. So you got to be capable of surviving the bullshit inside of the higher time frame candles. You have to. This is just how it works. This is what we're all agreeing to. We have to agree to these terms, or else we're never going to be able to win. There's rules. And if you don't play by the rules, you're going to lose every time. You're going to get called foul. You're going to get called offsides every time. Offsides, traveling, whatever it is, whatever the sport is. All right, Oz, very smart. Take the money and leave. You don't need to sit here and do this all day. You did the work, Oz. Don't sit here and try to make a buck every leg of every single move. Either you take the setups or you don't. And if you don't take the setups, learn the lesson. Put it in your back pocket and say, okay, now I know. Now I know the risk management. But sitting here doing this all day, you made money, good job. This is the job. This is your job. Make the money and leave. Sitting here trying to make a buck here and there, that's not it. That's not it. Mr. 512, if you need some further explanation, let me know. Say, hey, look, I didn't understand what you're talking about. Can you please give me further explanation? I don't mind. I don't mind explaining it. I'm here to help people. If you see a whole bunch of bullshit on your screen and you're like, what the shit is going on here? And you need some explanation, don't be afraid to ask. That's what I'm here for. We're off about what, 30 cents on this flexion right here. Influx, the program, if you're talking about what we're looking at right now, is called TradingView. And Influx, I don't know how long you've been here, but if you need some explanation on how we already knew before the market what was going to happen, if you want to see it again, you let me know. I have no problems with that. I got no problem showing you how we already knew what was going to happen before the market opened. Not after, before, and how we were able to achieve success today. I think the most important thing, this is me. I would like to learn also how you knew that. I will join the Discord. I would like to learn also how you knew that. How did I know? Brother, this is, or I don't know if you're a brother or sister, but person, it's just experience. If I'm being honest, it's just experience. I've been doing, I stare at the charts all day, every day, 6 hours a day. So this is experience. There's no other way. Sometimes, you know, I get lucky sometimes. I get lucky. I get lucky, Influx. I get lucky every single day. If you weren't here and you want to see what's inside the Discord, let me know and I can show you. I don't mind showing you what's inside the Discord. Get a sneak peek. Okay. All right. Yeah. Jimmy James. Jimmy James. Let me tell you about Jimmy James. First of all, I love Jimmy James. He went through a journey. He's been going through a journey himself. And finally, you know, he stuck to his guns. You know, Jimmy James really believed in himself. And I think it's paying off dividends, if I may say. It's paying off contracts, if I may say. So Jimmy James is, I think, one of the success stories of LST. Very good example. Jimmy James is a very good example of how it works, or the way it's supposed to work. I think at first he had a little bit of fear, and now he's like a little bit more disciplined, and he realizes the discipline is probably the best route, right? He takes his money and he's happy with it, and that's the important thing. You know, taking the money when we get it, that's the important thing. Yeah, Jimmy James is a good guy. But he went on a journey, and it didn't happen overnight for him. For him to start, being consistent and profitable, it took a little bit of time. And he went through it. Right? Me and Jimmy James had to have heart-to-hearts. He went through it, but, he made it through. So it's just believing in himself. He believed in himself. That's what it is. That's all I can say, because I saw it. AA meeting. Yeah, Influx. There's an option there now if you want to take a little bit of risk off, and instead of 150 for joining the Discord, $45 for a week. I think you'll be all right. Yeah, so now we offer $45 for the week. Listen, $45 was made. Far more than $45 was made today alone, right? So the math is pretty simple, but if you want to take a little bit of less risk, $45. And just notice to everybody that's listening, in probably the end of summer, we're going to increase the rate. So join now, you'll be locked in forever. But at the end of summer, we're going to increase the rate. So just telling you right now. And the reason why is because it's worth it. And if I need to pressure you to do better for yourself, then that's something I'm willing to do. That sounds so evil. I'm willing to charge you more because it's good for you. But in essence, it's like, kind of true though. It's kind of true, because if you don't feel any pressure to make a move, you're always going to sit on the sidelines. No. For the week. For the month. No. For the week, 45. But look, if I recommend wait till Monday or no, wait till Sunday wait till Monday. Wait till Monday. Don't do it now, because it's going to start from whenever you start. Wait till Monday. Take this time and go through all the what do you call it? All the past videos and stuff like that, and get a little bit of understanding. Go through the playlist, and then Monday you make a decision. Yeah, don't do it now. Wait till Monday. But if you want to join for the month, then yeah, you might as well just go ahead and do it now. But if you want that week to try it out for 45, wait till Monday. That's what I recommend. But if you're ready to change your life, why wait? And Influx, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not a get rich quick scheme. That's not that. That's not what this is. It's discipline, it's effort. And the effort, it's not like physical labor or arduous mental games. It could be, but the effort is to going through the lessons, taking time. They're about anywhere from 25 to 45 minutes, so you can understand that I'm not polished, right? I'm not classically trained in this stuff, so I speak different. The strategy is different. So you need to understand certain things before you just start to bet the bank. And I have a whole leveling strategy as well to level the account, right? Meaning you should probably be starting with paper trading. Once that paper trade account gets to a certain level, then you move on to single contracts. Once those single contracts get to a certain level, then you move to multiple contracts. Now, it's very rare that people actually follow that. I think there's maybe one or two people ever that have done it, because they just, they hear me say, look at the money we printed. Look at the money we printed. And then they're like, I want to print money too. So I get it. It's very tempting and very seductive to start taking part and to saying, damn, I would have took that trade. I know I would have took that trade. I know I would have made money. It's very seductive. when you see money, just flowing like that. But as soon as you crack open that wallet, everything changes. Even your body chemistry is going to change. As soon as you crack open that wallet, you'll see. Excuse me, let me correct myself. As soon as you crack open that wallet and and you see that red candle, oh man, everything's going to change. You're going to be like, oh shit. Oh no. That's when the panic ensues. And that's when you become somebody's exit liquidity. So look, if you're wondering why I told you, don't jump in now expecting the 5. Don't do it. Now's not the time. If you took the risk down here or maybe even here, fine. But don't jump in the middle. You have to wait for the setup. What is the setup? Above, like this, right? This is the setup. There's no buying calls underneath the 5 when you're like less than a point away. That's not a thing. Because you have to watch out for the liquidity grab from the 5. Smoke some grass, feed the crows. All right, Cruz, have a good one, bud. Have a good one. So look, if you're looking at the 30-minute chart, if you're looking at the trading plans and you're having trouble executing, the problem is not the setup and entry. The problem is where you're selling the contract. That's the problem. If there's a problem. The problem is realizing that the contracts need time to gain value. They need time to gain value. So if you're not giving it the time, we often say, man, look at this move, to buy it from right here in the bottom of purple and to sell it way up here. Looking at it, after the fact is easy, but look how much chaos you would have to go through in between. And this takes time, a lot of time. This would have taken 3 hours. This is 3 hours. So the plays are not, 2-3 minutes. They could be if you're scalping, but the plays are usually not 2 or 3 minutes. We only have 1 to 3 trades in a day on average. Sometimes we can get away with maybe 5. But on average, 1 to 3 trades in a day. Because the market has a life cycle. We have our morning volatility. We have our afternoon compression. And then we have the end of day move, which is going to say, are we a liquidity, which is going to be probably the 50-50, right? Something like that. They're either going to retrace or continue or sideways, but we'll be able to identify if they're going to retrace. We'll be able to identify if they're going to continue or if it's going to go sideways. But it takes time to get there. So there's 3 legs. There's usually 3 legs in a day for day trading. Just 3. If you're taking 6, 7, 8 trades, you're either scalping or you're doing something wrong. It shouldn't be like that. There's only 3 trades. I took 1 today. That's it. Just 1. Even though I knew most likely the 5 is probably going to be a thing. I already knew I'm not willing to wait for the drawdown. I already knew that. I did the hard work. My hard work only took maybe 20 minutes or so. I waited 20 minutes. It finally started to go in my, not even 20 minutes. Not even 20 minutes, but I waited a little bit for it to go in my favor. I had to wait. I had to let the contract gain value. And now I did my job. If you're still here, if you made money today and you're still sitting here trying to do this, you got problems. Something's wrong with you. You made money. Like, the hard part is done. The hard part's done. And it's not going to get any easier from here. You did the hard thing. It's going to go from hard to harder. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. It's still doing its thing. I'm gonna circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. We're looking for the 5 to be a target. Maybe. We'll see. Is that the 30-minute view? No. This is a 30-minute view. This is our 30-minute chart. So Influx, when you join the Discord, you're gonna have access to all of my charts. And the good thing is, when you join, you don't have to watch me do all this, right? And change the... You don't have to watch me do all this. You're gonna have access, meaning you could open them up. Here, watch. I'll show you. Screen share. You're gonna go, when you join, you're gonna go to charts, and you're gonna click on one of these links. You should have at least the 1, the 5, and the 30 open at all times during the day. So you're gonna have these open at the same time, and you're gonna be able to manipulate the charts as you see fit. Now you can't edit them, but you could you can adjust certain things. You're definitely not gonna have to watch me do this all day. So all these like drawings, those are gonna stay, and you could adjust the size, or if you want it bigger or smaller, you can adjust all that. But you just can't take anything on or off the screen. So when you join, or if you join, you gotta have all 3 of these charts open. I recommend. All right, now look how long it took for this to play out. So from 11:51 to 12:38. Look how long you would needed to hold this contract, and you needed to survive some of the BS. So let's look at the between the 12:25 and the 12:30 candle. So look, the 12:25, 12:30. Look at this 10 minutes. This 10 minutes is our pullback to touch the top of the liquidity box. So it broke the liquidity box. We broke it probably here. We retested the liquidity box in these next 10 minutes. The retest here. And then the rejection, you see the hammer. The rejection of what? The liquidity box right here. Very simple. Very simple. You don't need to think too hard. You don't need to think too hard. So if you took this play right here, we reached the top of the, what do you call it? Whatever I drew here. We're at the top. If you want to take profit here, okay. If you want to wait for the 5, maybe. We don't know. This is all I got planned out. I didn't plan anything. I didn't plan anything past this. Anything past this has to be like this, right? It has to look something like this. So now the play played out. Now we got to wait. Now we got to wait. Either it's going to continue to the 5, grab liquidity and retrace, or we're going to get above and continue. You don't need to think. And if none of that happens, then guess what? They're just going to stay trapped between the 5 and this liquidity box. You don't need to think. You don't need to think too hard. Let me get up and circulate some blood. I got a bad heart. I got a bad heart, so I need to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Give me a second. All right, look, we might be seeing a little bit of weakness in this blue here, okay? So we need to see if it's going to continue. We need to see a push up off this blue. We could retrace probably, what is this? The first retracement could be 56.16. The next one, damn, probably around 55.60. And then underneath 55 is probably going to be our safety bet, right? So let's do this. There's going to be a no man's land right here. It's just too, it's probably no man's land right here. It's too hectic here to know, so this is what it is. Either we're continuing up here, we can, if we need to pull back to grab liquidity, here's one spot, here's another spot, no man's land here, and we're gonna look for puts somewhere underneath here. And look, if it's gonna continue, let's make this make sense. The 5 is at 57.14. Yeah, we need to reject off this blue if it's going to continue up above the 5. If you're scalping this blue, you're fighting a very strong trend. If you're scalping counter trend scalp on the blue, you're fighting a very strong trend, right? You see the trend, how strong it is. Your best bet on puts is somewhere underneath 55. I know that's a long way away. It's actually not even that far, but somewhere under 55, and we have time for that, right? It just turned. We're on the 13 candle right now, the 1300 candle right now. So we have time for this. But if you decide to do the counter trend move, you got to scalp, and you're fighting a very strong uptrend. You're fighting a very strong uptrend, and we're at important liquidity here. Okay, so let's use this lick box. I think this lick box is going to be probably helpful here. Like, maybe if we get back inside, maybe some more break and retest on the inside to the down. But otherwise, we don't want to fight this trend too much. Just saying, if you are going to take the risk, where your stop needs to be. If you're taking the risk from here, where your stop loss needs to be. But the setups, they're on the screen on your 5-minute chart. And it's pretty solid. These are solid setups here, so now you know the risk. Look at this 30. Look at the 30-minute. You're fighting a very strong trend. Why did I just do that? You'll be fighting a very strong trend. Maybe wait for some weakness to show. Wait for a little bit of weakness to show down here, okay? Look at this low volume. Look at this low volume. We're losing volume. We're losing the volume here. Which means you might have to deal with some BS between the 5 and this last level of liquidity at 56. So, looks like we're exactly what I have on the screen already. It looks like it's exactly whatever's on the screen right now, right? So the same way how we had to deal with this right here. Let me clean this up. The same way how we had to deal with this and this and this. Same thing, right? But now we have a moving target. The reason why this is a moving target is because the 5, and it's reacting to price action. So it's going to be a little more tricky up here because it's a moving target. It's literally moving. These ones were static, right? These, now it's moving. So it's not going to get any easier from here. And you got, and we're getting, if they want to chop around in here for the rest of the day, that would be completely reasonable. And even if they wanted to grab some liquidity from the 5 just to psych you out, that would be completely reasonable and expected, actually. Does everyone understand the plays? Let me know now or forever hold your butts. If you guys don't understand what's going on, you need to let me know right now. Now's the time. Don't wait till after the fact and start complaining. Let me know now. Okay, here we go. Ready? All right, good. This is what you need to do. Ask the questions, what I'm here for. All right, look. This is only on the 5-minute chart, by the way. So look, we're in blue. You see this shadow right here? Here, let me see this shadow right here? It means we're in blue until we're not. You see this blue? We're in blue until we're not. What needs to happen is, if we're going to continue this path, this, you know, top of blue, bottom of blue, top of blue, we're at the bottom of blue. We need to have a strong push off till above the 5. And then we need to retest, right? We're going to need to watch. Let me show you. We're going to need a strong push off and retest to continue like this. See how it's looking like this? In order to continue this pattern, continue this trend, all of this needs to happen above the 5. So this is your call scenario on a break and retest of the 5. Your put scenario, you can maybe scalp, maybe, on the break of the blue till about here, to one call scenario presents itself. Here's the second call scenario. Here's no man's land. We have no idea what's going to happen from here. And this is our best bet for puts somewhere down here. So we're in blue until we're not. If we see some strong push off of this blue, we're just continuing inside of blue. If we break this blue, you can only ask for maybe up to 56.16, hopefully up to 55, 57. No man's land here, and then a break and retest underneath 55 for puts. Good. I'm glad you asked the question. Don't be in the dark. You know all the risks now. And you know, if you're looking for puts, you're fighting a very strong uptrend. You're fighting a very strong uptrend right before the 5. So if they want to just shit around in here all day, in between the 5 and the top of this lick box, that would be reasonable. Because look, we're late in the day. It's already 13. We're late in the day. A lot needs to happen. Because if it took us, how long? From 9 to 13, 9:30 to 13:30 to get here is going to take a lot to, you know, to move the market. And we're at a high level of liquidity. So it's going to be tough to break it, retest, and reject it. So if you made money today, call it a day. Otherwise, a lot needs to happen. A lot needs to happen. I mean, 56 to 55, well, basically 57 to 55, that's not crazy, right? On the way down, it'll go faster on the way down than the way up. It's not crazy, but, you know, maybe we see some weakness coming in on blue. Because look at the strength we had before. Look at the strength we had before on blue. Very strong up and down, very strong up and down, very strong, and now we're seeing some weakness, right? So we see the weakness in blue. So in order for it to continue, a lot needs to happen above the 5. And me talking through all this is not going to do anything because the setups are on the screen. They're on the screen. Either we're doing this or maybe this, maybe that. We're fighting a very strong uptrend. You don't want to fight the trend too much, right? So this 5 is gonna be important. It's gonna tell us a lot. And if we break above the 5 on our 30, we're just back in, let me see. We're probably gonna get back inside here, back inside this chop. If we can't break above the 5 and retest reject, then we're just stuck in this chop here. So there's probably not a lot to do inside here, right? There's probably not a lot to do between the 5, and it's even tougher because the 5 is, it's dynamic, it's moving. We don't have static prices to say, you know, we rejected here, we rejected here. This is moving. This is moving. We're above the water, and above the water, right? So this could be an annoying grind. But on the 30, we're above the water. Yeah, actually, we're above the water, just straight up above the water. But if you are taking the risk, you know where your stop loss probably needs. If you're taking the risk on puts, you know where your stop loss needs to be, right? You know where it needs to be. But the reason why it's tricky is because it's not a static number. We see that the 5 is dynamic and it's moving with the price. It's not static. On the lick boxes, we have static numbers to work off of. When the 5 is one of our resistance levels, it's moving. It's going to be difficult. So wait for significant movement. You know, maybe we see some weakness in this blue here. You won't know if it's weakness until, you know, in my opinion, break and retest underneath here. Underneath, inside, back inside this lick. This is just my opinion. Everything's still above the water, right? But look at the volume. The volume dropped off a cliff. Look at this volume. Look at this volume. Dropped off a goddamn cliff. So the volumes like this late in the day, we don't have the strength yet to break the 5. Maybe it's going to be like the last minute, at the end of the last minute, when they decide to make a move to touch the 5 to grab liquidity. But, you know, this is, I mean, we're still in the uptrend. That's what we do know. We're still in the uptrend, but the volume just dropped off. So at this point, we have to use price action. And the price action, if it's moving slow, it's going to be difficult. You're going to get stuck. And then late in the day, with theta kicking in, theta's about to kick in, and like, I mean, it's already kicking in, but it's going to be very significant in like 40 minutes or so. 40 minutes is going to start to get a little hectic, right? So this is the risk we're in. We're a little bit of weakness in this blue. I recommend from here you use your 5-minute chart. Overlay excuse me. Overlay your 1 and 5 minute. What you're overlaying on the 1 minute is basically just the 5. You just want just this right here. The whole reason for this 1 minute at this point in time is just to have some, so you have a reason to go back and forth between the 5 and the 1, and you're just using this for the 5. Otherwise, we want to use whatever I have on the screen. That's your risk management right there.
bitch on that beat going crazy.
If you're taking the break of blue, you know, you're scalping this, right? And it's risky because you're at the 5, so you know where your stop needs to be. So you can, you know, you could have a tight stop if you're taking the break of blue. But look at the volume. You know, we have to take all these factors into consideration. The volume is just, it's just not there, so we're not getting any movement. So theta is going to start eating away at this contract if it doesn't move. But you know where your stop needs to be. I can't say that enough. If you're taking the risk, probably some of you are, but if you are, you know where your stop needs to be. And you got to hope that some significant movement happens and you don't just get caught in between the 5 and whatever I have here, right? So overlay both of these. Overlay both of these. If you could, maybe underneath here for puts, right? If you could. So we know that all these people here, these people right here that bought calls, we know that they got stopped out if this happens. We don't know that they got stopped out yet. Everyone that just bought calls here, we need to know that they got stopped out. This is my recommendation. Just, you know, everyone has a different risk tolerance, but if you are taking puts from here, you know, your stop probably needs to be at the 5. And there's really no weakness in this 30-minute. There's really no weakness in it at all. I mean, because it's a 30-minute chart, you know, it has room for some bullshit inside this candle, right? So maybe you can scalp something, but that's why it's a scalp. All right, so we hit the target. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. We see resistance at 57.46. Sup Wall Street with a $500 day with the 3-figure. Beautiful. Hey, good job, Sup Wall Street. Good job. Easy money. All right, look, we hit the target, right? Here's the 5. This is what we were waiting for all damn day. Here's the 5. It was an ugly, choppy way to get here, but here we are. Now we need to see if they're going to grab liquidity, and we're late in the day here, right? We need to see if we're going to grab that liquidity and to stop everybody out, or if we're going to do this, break it, retest it, and reject it like that. Target hit. This next 30-minute candle, it would be reasonable for it to be a red. It would be reasonable for it to be a red candle. The next one. This one has 7 minutes left on it. 7.5 minutes left on it. It doesn't mean that it's gonna, red like rejection, head down, all the way back down to hell. It just means a little red candle, this next one popping up, would be reasonable. Just like how we had a red candle here and then it continued up. We're above the water here. So a red candle here is reasonable. Okay, look, if we look at the trading plan, 57.63 was all I had on the menu. So if there's more, great. After this, we don't know. 57.63, that's all I had on the menu. Here, let's screen share real quick. Screen share. Here's our trading plan from this morning. 5 MA. Look for the momentum. We're gonna do the bolt up. We wanted to see support at 53.88, and then push up to 57.63. Right. Here's the support at 53.88 right here. The support at 53.88 right here. Here's 53.88, and then push up to 57.63. After this, I got nothing. This was the play. Excellent play from 53.88 all the way up to 57. This is 4 points. If you didn't make money by now, I don't know what else I could do. So look, this is what I drew in pre-market, and you know it's pre-market because look, it actually says the time right here. So this is pre-market. We see the support at 53.88 right here, 53.88, and then push up to 57.63, which is right here. Okay, now we're going to look at what happened in real life. Here is 53.88 right here, and then push up to 57.63. Every single price point hit to perfection. All right, let's go. Now, beyond this, we don't know. We don't know beyond this. Take your money here. Or, I'm not saying to stop out, but protect your trade.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
See, this is why we don't want to fight the trend. Don't fight the trend. We had a long way to go before we start looking at puts, right? Now you guys understand the risk. If you're taking the risk from up here, just because it broke, at this point, it's not just because it breaks blue. It's the break of blue, and we need to be down here because we have to watch out for all the risk. There's too much risk on the way down. After 57.63, I got nothing. So now we need to. 57.63 is right here. We're almost to the target on the 30-minute chart. I mean, this is damn near close enough if I've ever seen it, but let's see when it hits target. Okay, trading plan success. Trading plan success. We needed to see support at 53.88, right? Here's 53.88 right here. Right here. We see the support forming at 53.88. Right here. This 5763 key level is based on this one on the 30-minute chart. Here, let's screen share really quick. Screen share. If we go on the Discord, we look at the trade chat from yesterday. I want to highlight this right here. Here, watch. Typically, we only have 1 to 3 trades in a session. The session is 6 hours long. If you do the math, you might need to hold your trades for a bit longer. Do not focus on the 1 minute chart while taking data from the 5 and the 30-minute chart. We have to use all the tools I provide in tandem. Remember, we don't have an issue with the entries. It's our exits we need to work on. Okay? So I addressed this, what's happening yesterday. Yesterday in the trade chat. And look, when I say myself included, because I stopped out before the 5. I took my profit and I got out, and I'm happy with that. But I knew it was going to hit the 5. And I said it out loud today as well. I know it's going to hit the 5 more than likely. But you know what? I'm not willing to go to the drawdown. So I'm not upset because I made my decision. I made my determination. I'm not going to FOMO now or you know, whenever I said it. Because I did what I needed to do. Let's go back.
On that beat, going crazy.
So look, as we can see, there's only really 1, 2 trades in the day. Only 2. And if we get 3, it's going to be if we grab this liquidity like this from the 5 and reject, or wherever this happens, I don't know, let's say on the top of purple here, that's going to be the only trade. I mean, or if we get below this, if we get below this lick box here like this, but look, from here a lot needs to happen, right? This would be the only reasonable trade. So now we're seeing in real time what I'm saying in the trade chat, right? So we're putting visuals to my words, or my text. My text, not my words. We're putting a visual example that we only have 1 to 3 trades in a day. Here's 1, here's 2. If you get 3, maybe, because there's a 6.5 hour trading session and they take a certain amount of time to play out. On average, not every single time, on average. So we're using probabilities to our advantage. On the 30-minute chart, the target hit. If we get past this, great. But you probably need to start adjusting your stops. If you took either one of these and you've been following, let's say on this one here, you decided to do exit strategy 3, we're at the target. You probably need to adjust. We hit target 1, target 2. You probably need to start adjusting your stops. And we can clearly see, clearly see the liquidity that they're building right at the target. Now look, theta is going to start eating your contracts, okay? So if you're taking trades now, a lot of movement needs to happen, or else you're going to be stuck at 0, and then eventually it's going to start, even though it's going in your favor, if it keeps doing this right here, even if it's going in your favor, your contract's going to start losing value anyway if you're in 0 DTE. This is risk management now. We're at risk management time. And the rules are going to be different at 1400, 2 o'clock Eastern. The rules are going to be different. If we don't get strong movement, your contract's just losing value, even if it's going in your favor. If it's just doing these tiny little moves, it's going to lose value, even in your favor. This is how options work. this is the one example in option trading where even if you're right, you can still lose. As long as we understand the risk, you'll be fine. And don't over leverage. You'll be fine. And at some point, we're going to need to realize once you make money for the day, call it a damn day. You made money, call it a day, come back and make money again tomorrow. That's how we build the account. All right, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to be off to the side. I'll be quiet, but I'll be here. Or you know what? I'm going to check in every now and again. I'll check in every now and again, but I'm still here. I'm going to be off to the side quiet. There's nothing for me to say, really. I think the trading plan hit perfect. This is our plan. It happened after this. If it goes up, great. If not, we know the risk. There's nothing really more to do here. We know the risk. 75% got out. Amazing, Doug. Doug's learning. Doug's learning. Because I remember a couple days ago, Doug, I'm going to put you on blast right now, but it's only because I love you and I think it's a learning experience. A couple days ago, Doug had the perfect entry. The perfect entry. I mean, literally everything was absolutely perfect. And he took himself out for absolutely no reason. The next candle. The next candle, Doug with the perfect entry. I mean, really perfect timing. And he did it off his phone. I'm not sure how he did it, but he's probably got connections with God. But perfect entry. No, I think it was the same candle. I think it had to be either the same candle or the very next candle. He got a little nervous, took himself out, and the play went crazy. It didn't even look back. He just needed to survive. I'm pretty sure it was actually one candle. Survive one candle, and it was the same candle he was in. I think you got filled at the top of the candle. It retraced down to the bottom of the candle, took you out, and then the very next candle went crazy. It was the same candle. Okay, I'm sorry, Doug. But, you know, you needed to go, when I'm telling you, you need to get thrown in the water, get some chlorine in your eye, and to have your eyes burn a little bit and to swallow some chlorine water in order to realize what you don't want to do. So you needed to go through that to figure out how to swim. Look at you now, Doug. A couple days ago, you wouldn't have held through the turbulent water. You would have started sucking in water and then said, teacher, I can't do this. There's too much water in my eyeball. Now you're like, cool story, bro. Let me put my goggles on. I'm going to make it through this. I'm going to hold my breath and make it through this. This is what I'm talking about when I give you that pool analogy. You got to get thrown in the pool. Now you're starting to paddle. Now you're starting to doggy paddle a little bit. Pretty soon you're going to be backstroking. But this is the trader's journey. This is the hero's journey. It's not attractive. It's not sexy all the time. But when you're wearing Gucci flip-flops and you're wearing a fur coat, not a fur coat, but you're wearing, listen, you're going to get there. You're going to get there. It's just going to take time. You need to get that chlorine water thrown in your eye. This is part of it. And Doug, if you don't see it by now, then you will. Don't worry. You just got to stick to the plan. Follow the strategy, Doug. You're doing good. You're doing good. haven't lied to you yet. I haven't lied to you yet. No chlorine. Some good chlorine on the Gucci flip-flops. Oh man. Unless you got the rubber ones, because they have like the rubber ones. But I think chlorine can even still mess those up. Yeah, don't. If you get the rubber ones, don't. But if you get like the, definitely if you get the furry ones, you can't get any chlorine on that. Perfect. Yeah, don't. Well, Doug, here's another thing. Theta's kicking in, right? So if theta's kicking in and we're not getting movement, you're just losing value on the contract anyway. A lot needs to happen. Why risk even more? All right, he says, plus I feel like I'm listening also better now because I've been holding these last calls for quite a minute and I started listening to what you're saying about the movement. There you go. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, it takes time for you guys to understand what I mean. You need to see like a certain amount of time. I'm going to say, watch for this, expect this, here's the risk. And it's going to take you a certain amount of time to say, let me put my bias to the side. Let me listen to what this guy is saying and watch it happen in real life. Therefore, you know how to react. It doesn't mean we're going to win every single one. It means we're going to stack the odds in our favor. That's what it means. That's what it means. And then once you at least let it play out, then you can decide how much profit you want to take, or if you're willing to roll the dice even more. But you have to go level by level. Certain things need to happen. If we get below a certain level, then fine, I get it. But as long as we're still above, then there's no reason to leave your contract. There's gonna be red candles. That's part of the game, right? That's part of the game. The red candle is part of it. So we have to automatically put it in our mind. There's gonna be red candles. I'll know I'm stopped out at this level here. And we're gonna win more than we're gonna lose. This is a fact. This is a fact. You don't need to think about that. We're gonna win more than we're gonna lose. So if your stop has to be uncomfortable, well then that's just what it is. If you're not willing to be uncomfortable, then you're gonna keep stopping yourself out short. This is math. It's simple math. I've done all the math already. I've lived it. I've lived it. This is a lived experience. That's how I can tell you exactly what you're going through. Because I've been there. We're not that different. And if we're not that different and we're going through the same stuff, I can probably help you navigate it. Not because you don't know and you're not smart. It's because I've just been there. You needed time to experience it. Now you're going to have the knowledge. It just works like that. You'll see. Let me do the heavy lifting. You sit there and look pretty. And that's all you got to do. Just be pretty. It's very important to me that you guys succeed. It's very important. I need you all to win. But you're not, if you don't listen to what I'm saying and you keep going off a bias and you keep letting candles dictate your trade and not price action, if you keep listening to these gurus, I just loaded my gains. Okay. If you keep listening to gurus on the internet that are saying, you know, big crash coming in now, I mean, maybe, they may be right, but they got a 50-50 shot. At least if we follow whatever the shit I'm saying, we're going to stack the odds in our favor. I don't know if it's going to go up or down, but, you know, certain things need to happen. And if those certain things happen, we're stacking the odds in our favor. That's what we're doing. We're winning the probability war. That's all we can do, right? If we want to make this a thing, we have to win off probabilities. The odds have to be in our favor. And I know it sounds a little bit like gambling, right? When you're saying odds and probabilities and stuff like this. But it's a calculated risk, in my opinion. It's very calculated. To me, it's math. It's just math. And you know, I ask myself, am I willing to take this trade? Am I willing to? Does this make sense? Is everything lining up? If so, then yes, proceed to the next level. If not, sit on your hands. Sit on your hands, put your thumb up, have some fun while sitting on your hand. I don't know what you do with your spare time, but just saying. And look, you see Doug, look at this hesitation. Look at this hesitation here with the contract eating value. Every time this red candle comes in and time goes on, that contract's losing value. So, you know, if at the end of the day, this just decides to tank because they wanted to grab liquidity from the 5, then you'll be happy with yourself. But if it decides to shoot up in the last 10 minutes, you can't be upset with it. This is a calculated risk you made. No, Doug, we all need to see it. We all need to see it. And I'm glad when you state your, I like it when you guys say, hey, but this and but that. I need you to show me, hey, I need you guys to give me feedback because I can't do any better. And it's going to take repetition and practice and time and time and time. This is not a get rich quick scheme, and you see it. And now we're going to start to, you'll see, you're going to see the progress, man. It takes time. I haven't lied to you yet. I know I'm saying yet. I'm not saying like I plan on lying soon. I just mean, we got a good record here. Look, on our 5-minute chart, you can't fight the trend. Maybe here, fine. But until then, we got too many obstacles in our way. Now you see what I'm talking about. If it were to break this blue and shoot down, my bad. You understand what I'm saying? This would have been one of those times where I'm like, my bad. It's not an optimal setup. The optimal setup is somewhere down here, and we need a lot needs to happen for that. So since that never happened, I'm always going to revert to, I told you so. I told you what the risk was. You decided to take the risk. That's on you. As long as you don't over leverage, you'll be fine, because then you know where the setup actually is. Let's play this out in a real life scenario. Let's say you would have took the break of this blue right here, right? When I was like, all right, look, we're right next to the 5, yada, yada, yada. If you're buying puts now, I get it. However, your stop loss has to be very tight, very tight. You can put a very tight stop loss here. So let's say you got stopped out on the 5, because it should have been on the 5, right? Maybe a little bit before the 5. You should have been stopped out on the 5, or, probably here, but whatever. Let's say you stopped out on the 5. Then you know what the setup is, right? Because if we didn't reject on the blue here, then you're looking for the break and retest of the 5. So if the break and retest of the 5 is here, then you'd have to be like, okay, let me see if it makes sense. Are we above the water? Are we in our bull cycle? Are we above the water? Are we above the water in our bull cycle? Then maybe you can take a trade. However, here's what the risk. From the 5 to where? The next level of liquidity. The next level. So this is the risk on taking the calls above the 5, because this is 57.63 is the next key level. So that's the risk here. All right. Cruz says, ask the question if you're thinking most likely someone else. Yep. Okay. Yep. There it is. Exactly what Cruz said. And unfortunately, sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, usually I have a good reason, but sometimes the answer is going to be, you can't win them all. I'm sorry to say it, but there is no 100% answer in the stock market, right? There is no 100% answer. We can always look back in hindsight and be like, well, because of this, I get it. And sometimes the answer is going to be, we can't win them all, dude. You're not going to win them all. And we're going to have to be okay with that. And we're going to have to leverage our probability of success. Because we have to understand we're not going to win them all. And that will be an answer to some of your questions. Now, sometimes, I have a pretty legitimate response, but there's going to be some point where I'm going to say, hey, look, we're not going to win them all. Yeah, I got it wrong. I'm not going to get all of them right. I just get lucky every day. But even though I have a trading plan and I have an expectation of what I should be seeing, I'll still stop myself out. You heard me do it earlier today, right? I'm like, I know it's going to hit the 5. I know it. I know it damn near for a fact. But I'm not willing to hold through the drawdown. So you guys hear me go through it. You know, we're doing this together. You're not alone here. And if a 1.6 GPA student can do it, Nikki is up 190. 190%. Wow. Look at Nikki. Hold on, let me find the right one. Let me find the right one. Wait, where is it? Okay, I'm looking for the happy teardrop. Where's the one where it has like big eyes and the teardrop coming out? Why don't I see it? Like literally the opposite of this one. Okay, Nikki, you know what? There's actually no emoji for what I feel right now. I wanted to be like, oh my God, I'm so proud. But we'll hit you off with a mascot. All right. All right. Nikki said, I got screenshots. What screenshots you take, Nikki? What were the screenshot keys to success? Where is that emoji? You did the smart thing, Nikki. You did the smart thing. Oh, okay. I got it. Oh, you got proof. You got receipts. Where is the... I want to see the... I know this emoji exists, and I don't know why I can't find it. I want to show, like, the happy teardrop emoji. Like, where he's smiling with a tear in his eye. Where is that? Come on, man. This thing's so cheap. Why'd they get rid of that? Why would they get rid of that? It doesn't show me anything, Cruz. It just shows like an X. For some reason, this emoji's blocked. Of all the emojis to block, they blocked that one? Why? What the damn? Why would they get rid of that? All right, Nikki, here, this is for you. This one right here. This emoji right here. This is what I want to show. The happy teardrop one. Meaning I'm proud, so proud of Nikki. Oh, man.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, look, we see this hesitation right here, right? key level hit. Whatever happens from here happens. But I suggest you at least move your stop loss. Why would they take away that emoji from here? Trading View, I've got some issues with you. There you go, Nikki. We can celebrate. Nikki's finally a real boy. Hell yeah. All right, look, they're building it, right? You see that they're building it. They're building it right there. Okay, Chenko. Yeah. This one too. This one too. I like this one too. Okay, that one. Okay, that one makes more sense. Man, you guys are advanced with these goddamn, what do you call them? Okay, Cruz actually had it. Yeah, Cruz, you had it. My bad. I can't believe they don't have Proud Eyes on, what is this, Trading View. Okay, let me, look, it's chopping right here. I just had my damn arm on my, I had all the weight on my carpal tunnel spot, and now my arm's messed up. Let me circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Give me a second. Cruz, you're a barbarian and a savage if staring at charts on you, staring at charts on YouTube's enjoying. You're a savage. You're a barbarian. You're just built different. Cruz, outside of this room right here, I wouldn't say that anywhere else. People will look at you sideways. What the hell's wrong with this guy? Enjoying the stream, looking at charts. We don't even have any OnlyFans girls on here. You're just sitting here looking. Here, let's see. Here you go. That's the closest you're gonna get. That's the closest you're gonna get. Cruz, you are a barbarian. All right, brother. No, I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. You know it's all love. You know it is all love. Look at this hesitation right here on 5763. A lot of hesitation right here. But they're building it, right? We see them building it. Clear. Very clear. Gonna break the 50 views. You know what's crazy? You know, in my opinion, and obviously I'm biased, ain't nobody doing this. And, you know, if we get 10 people watching, it's because 5 of you are in the Discord. 5 are in the Discord, and you know, Top Trading Edge has 1,000 people, over 1,000 people watching. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. You know, I think I'm a little bit biased, but this guy's like bullish, bullish, bullish for absolutely no reason. Like 10 red candles, and he's like bullish, 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 and then he's like, bears are here. Like what? I don't know. I don't know what he does, but he's doing something right. He's doing something right. As far as the people like watching him. I don't know what it is. They just love watching that shit. I don't even know what the value is. I don't know what the value is in watching that, because it's he's just repeating whatever he's seeing on the screen. He's not giving any setups. Maybe, yeah. Maybe just entertainment and hopes. But, I mean, religiously has 1,000 people watching. 1,000. Religiously. As if, I just don't understand it. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah, just people not wanting to be sitting there, you know, maybe some background noise or something like that. But I mean, look, I'll be honest. When I started, I used that same background noise. I was like, oh, maybe for some bias confirmation, like, okay, if I have a bias and this guy is saying this, then maybe he knows something. That shit did not work. That shit, it was so bad. I was like, how do people, I quit that shit a long time ago. But he's doing something right. Something. If I get 10 people in here, that 5 of them are on from the Discord just trying to support your boy. That's how I know you guys love me, because you're willing to sit on YouTube just to spike the viewership. That's so funny. I love it. That's funny. Oh, you never heard of him? Man, go look at it. It's called, whatever, but one of them's always, all right, Nikki, yeah, you're always here too, brother. Top space trading edge. Let me tell you something. It is unbelievable. I can't wrap my mind around it. Like, I just don't understand the value. And by the end of the day, he'll get like 8,000 views in a day. 8,000. And I'm just like, what? What is this even? What even is this? I mean, what even is this? I don't know. I don't know what they're getting out of it, but I guess even a broken clock can be right twice a day, but the losses that they take are just uncomfortable losses. I know you're not going to win them all, but I mean, it's just the losses are, I don't know what the strategy is. It's just too much. It's too much. Top trading edge. Go look at it. If you type in live spy trading in Google, in YouTube, all his videos are gonna you can even type in my name, my actual name, and you gotta search far and wide to see one little short or something. They put everybody else's stuff in front of mine, and it's actually my name. They'll put people without my name inside of the search first. You can't even search for me on YouTube. Doesn't show up. Like way at the bottom. Yeah, you know that voice I'm talking about. Bullish. Bears are here, folks. Yes, Nikki, you see what I'm saying? Look what Nikki just said. I just went to that dude's stream and it looks like a lot of their chat lost money on puts. How? That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. They lose too much, and they lose on easy plays. It's like, I remember one day I logged off and I went to go to, just to go watch, see what's going on. And like all of my members had a green day. And I just saw them posting, I lost $5,000, I lost this, I lost $10,000, I lost $750. He himself took a loss. I'm like, how? How did they lose? Today was so easy. This is a little while ago. And then, man, I just don't know. Just like what you said, Nikki, they lose too much. It's just not a sustainable thing. They lose too much. They like to gamble. I think what it is, I don't like to gamble, right? I do the safe plays, and it takes a long time for those plays to set up. And people just don't want to wait for those setups. They don't want the A1 setup. They like the cheap thrill. They like the thrill or the quick hit, like the dopamine hit. I don't know what it is, but religiously has 1,000 people in that live stream watching absolute trash. And you just proved it, Nikki. You just proved it. There's nothing there. There's no information. There's nothing to gain. Unless you spend $1,000 a month on his, whatever his thing is. I think it's WhatsApp. Unless you spend $1,000 a month there's nothing there. Right? And then the $1,000, you're still going to have to take significant drawdown, and you better hope and pray that he's not having a bad day, or else that's going to wipe out your goddamn account. It's going to wipe out your account. I mean, it was 862 people all saying how they could have made money today but didn't. Exactly. You know, we have a plan. We got a strategy at least. We have something to look forward to. We have key levels. We have break and retests of certain levels. We have entries and exits that, I don't know. But you know what? Here's the thing. The results is what matters. And his results say different, right? So they got to be winning at some point, because these people got to be running out of money. They can't, or that new PDT rule, I don't know what, but they're running out of money because it just can't win. It's not a winning thing. They don't win. I know it for a fact. I'm here giving away sauce. And if I get 10 people watching, shit, 5 of them are from the Discord just because they feel bad for me. Just because they're like, look at this guy. He spends all fucking day, all gosh darn day trying to spread the word, and it just, no one gives a shit. But they love me. Whether they like it or not, they have to love me. Like, if you watch that shit long enough, if you watch Top Trading Edge long enough, I promise you, he will be saying the opposite of what's literally happening on the screen right in front of you. It'll be the opposite, the exact opposite. This guy's saying literally the opposite. Like, you know, there'll be like 6 red candles, and he's like, bulls are here. I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean? Why are you even saying that? Or a certain level of liquidity, you know, once I got a little bit better, then I'll know, like, a certain level of liquidity just broke. Why are you saying the opposite of clearly what's going to happen, right? Clearly we're in a downtrend now, and he's buying calls in a downtrend. I'm like, bruh, this guy's bad. This guy's bad. But he's doing something right. I got to figure out what that formula is. Because even if you type in my name, Live Spy Trading, his name pops up, right? Even if you type my actual name, everyone else in the world pops up but me. You have to search far and wide. Even in my own account. My own account. When I go look for it on my own account, it's someone else's stuff. I'm like, wait, what? How do I can't even find my own stuff. So YouTube is like, really, I don't know what they're promoting, but, and then they always tell me when I make videos, I stopped making the videos because no one watches it, and it takes me a long time because I'm old. But when I make the videos, they come back with the shadow ban, and the shadow ban is because unreliable claims or misleading content. And I'm like, how? How is this unreliable when I show the proof of everything? Like, everything's proven. Nothing's like, you know, nothing's saying, I'm not even projecting ahead of time. I'm saying what happened from the day. I'm just saying the actual facts that happened in the day. And YouTube is telling me I'm doing unreliable claims. I'm like, well, you know, it's been over a year, YouTube. When is it going to be reliable? At what point? And then they promote they promote Top Trading Edge over my own damn name. I stick to my 1 to 3 a day day trades. You teach over doing more. I wonder if they pay for position on YouTube. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how it works, but you know, I don't really pay too much attention to the YouTube stuff. I mainly focus on Yeah. A lot of this technology stuff is all new to me. I'm building the plane as I'm flying, crashing and burning, but building the plane as we're flying it. So I don't know too much about the YouTube stuff. And if I'm being honest, I copied a lot of his like titling and, because I'm trying to look for what worked, right? And I'm copying the titles and how mainly the titles, because I didn't know. I thought it was like a search thing. So I'm trying to copy those titles. Recently I switched it up. But whatever it is, this guy's got a following like no one else's business. They don't care if they're losing. They don't give a shit. They're just like, this guy's got an accent. I trust it. And probably because, he uses a lot of technical terms and things like this, and I don't use technical terms. I'm very basic with it. Very basic. I'm a basic bitch. Because I actually don't think it needs to be that complicated, right? You got two options, a call or a put. That's it. That's all you got. So if you're adding in more than that, you're probably doing too much. We just need to figure out which one is the most likely. That's it. So the technical terms, it's only going to do but so much for you. And it's not a lot. Because if we're saying the same thing, if I'm trying to convey the same message, then, that should be what matters. But it's disheartening when I type in my own name in my own account and everybody else's shit shows up. Everybody else. I'm like, how is this possible? Something's wrong here. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what we got for the gamblers. So look how strong this move was here. Look how strong the move was. Look how much liquidity built up in here. Look how strong this move was here. BB status. Look how strong this move is here. Look at the liquidity building up and the price action inside here. Same thing here, and we see the big the break, retest, and reject here in this lick box here. Now, when it gets here, it's weak. See how weak it is? This is weak. Also here, this is weak. So we see it go from strong, the retest reject here on 53.74, whenever I did this here. We see a nice strong move here as well. And I see weakness here. And, definitely we see weakness here, right? So it looks like we're seeing weakness in the trend, right? If the trend is going up, we can literally see the weakness. If it wants to continue the trend, a lot needs to happen. They need to grab liquidity from somewhere and push up. So either grab liquidity from the bottom here, or grab liquidity from the bottom here, or from the 5, right? So there's 1, 2, 3 levels that they can grab from before they push up. Let's say it breaks above here. Granted, this is a lot of buildup, but you have to deal with another annoying grind, an annoying grind like this. Unless we see significant movement, you're just going to see an annoying grind. So you need big candles to show something broke, or you need to see a strong pullback to show that there's strength in the opposite direction. But I think we can literally see the weakening of the trend right at the key level. This is my opinion. and we know how we would attack. You know, if it was earlier in the day, we only got an hour now. If it was earlier in the day, we know exactly how we would attack this, right? We would want to see a break, a retest, and a reject, just like this. And we want to see it retest this level, or, you know, I drew this a little off. Here, let me clean this up. I drew this a little bit off, but, you know, we would want to see this. Something like this. And if it's not like this, not our trade. No big deal. Yeah, I'm definitely shadow banned, so I don't know why they shadow banned me. I really don't know why. And anytime I try to make a video, they immediately shadow ban me. And they tell me. They're not even shy about it. They just tell me like, we're banning this video. Meaning they don't promote it. Meaning when I'm saying promote it, meaning they don't put it on people's page. Even if they type in my name, they don't show the video. They won't show my videos. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but they don't like me. But if I'm honest, in real life, I'm not likable. In real life, I'm not likable. I'm not a likable person. If any of you met me in real life, you'd be like, oh my God, this guy, Jesus, cheese and rice, man, go somewhere. None of you would even want to hang out with me in real life, I'm telling you. But I'm saying, we're hanging out now, right? We're hanging out now. But you wouldn't even want to hang out with me if it was real life. Now you're hanging out, you're like, all right, fine, I'll deal with it. But in real life, you'd be like, hell no, I got other shit to do. And when I try to be a likable person, it comes off so fake that people are like, okay, what is this bot? I don't know for a fact. I'm just willing to guess. I think people think that I'm arrogant. I don't think it. I know people think that because they told me. So a lot of people think I'm arrogant, but it's because I don't know how I sound. To me, I'm just speaking as a matter of fact, and sometimes people like their feelings to be coddled, and I don't have time for that. Probably because I'm old and salty. Old, salty military guy. Don't got time for that shit. You know, a lot of YouTubers, when they try to promote, they try to paint like the happy picture. And me, I'm like, look, if you can't see it by now, this ain't for you. Change the channel. Right? I don't try to sell people. I just like, look, it is what it is. If this data's not good enough for you, then you got a weak mind. That's why people hate me. But that's how I really think, you know. If the actual information is if you're still hesitating, you're still not sure, it's not for you. It is not for you. You got a weak mind. Yeah, so I just recently got the ads in the live. Yeah. So the ads, I'll show y'all. the ads, they let's say if I do a full 6 hours, if that's only if people don't click through the ads, it's if people don't click through the ads, maybe I'll get like maybe 98 cents on the day. The whole day. Maybe a dollar, maybe $1.30, something like that. But you can't even take that money out unless you have to have in the YouTube account, you got to have $100. So you can't even take the money out. They just hold on to the money. Someone was very nice on May 27th and donated a very generous sum. And that was very, very, very much appreciated. But I don't get notifications, or I don't know how to set it up to know that. So I addressed it far after the fact, and I feel bad. I wish I would have thanked them in real time, but I didn't see it. Senior living, I think based on your ads on the stream, senior living. Oh shit. Oh no. Someone told me that they were showing Mumu ads. You know that brokerage, like what is it called? I'm pretty sure it's called Mumu. That brokerage. Someone said they saw Mumu ads, which is that would be, that's in alignment, right? Like that's cool. But if you're saying that there's a life alert ads, oh damn. You feel like it's about to pop off because you see this quick down, up, down, or up, down, up. Maybe breaking this lick right here. But we got to be careful because let's look at the volume. Look how low this volume is. This volume is just so damn low. It could be increasing. We could be seeing the increase coming in. All right, we see some weakness on the 30, but it still has some strength. Still's got a little bit, still got some time before those legs close. Still above the water on the 5. And we just got above the water starting up. Maybe it's right at the water line on the 1. The volume's so low. Getting caught like this is this late in the day. It's not ideal. Like look at these little tiny moves. We need a big candle, a big movement. You need to have a big like 2 or 3 candles to stack, and then maybe. Because the theta is going to start eating it. You only got an hour. You got to get a high delta if you're going to take the risk here. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be, I think, in my opinion, tomorrow's going to be a big day. Because we just had that little, watch, if we look at the 30-minute, this right here was significant psychologically. This is significant psychologically. Because, you know, let's say we finish off sideways today and we don't make it up back above here. We're going to be looking at the high and then a lower high, right? So if we can't get above probably 59.30 in aftermarket and pre-market tomorrow, you know, and then again, we have to wait for the report. So if we can't get above this, then there's just no strength to the upside anymore, right? We may be seeing the higher low, or excuse me, the lower high. And then we see the weakness on the 30 right here, right? We see the weakness on the 30 right at 57.80. What is this? 57.63. And we see they also broke secondary liquidity. It didn't continue. So a lot needs to happen, right? We need to have a strong move to the upside. Like, you know, at least 2 strong candles, at least 2 strong ones, and then retracement. Otherwise, we're just stuck in here. And we only have an hour, like not even an hour left. We only have like 45 minutes left. So a lot needs to happen, especially for the downside. Clean this up just a bit. Nikki's on fire. Nikki's on fire. Nikki, it's time for you to join the Discord, brother. You need to quit pussyfooting. I don't know if that's a bad word. Is that a bad word? Pussyfoot? It shouldn't be. But you need to quit pussyfooting around.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
I can't even pronounce that. Pusillanimous. Pusillanimous? Pusillanimous? Crew said you need to stop being pusillanimous. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Pusillanimous. You need to cut it out. Looking about at 1550. That's when there might be a little pop. There's going to be some movement. Lately what's been happening at 1550 is, you see how the candles are like this very, very small and minute and small move here, small move there. At 1550 lately, it's just been doing this, like within the same candle, you'll see like the movement inside the same candle and then nothing. So there's going to be some movement at 1550. It's going to do this, but lately it's been doing nothing. And then the move after hours. Because you can't really ask for puts this close and above the 5. We got to get below the 5. Look, I told everybody at 57.63, I got nothing past this. I don't know. This is all the data we had. 57.63, if it goes past, great. But from the trading plan, this is all I got. I got nothing else past this. Good question. That's a good question. I think, well, the PDT rules mainly for retail traders. Retail traders account for very little of the stock market. Very little. Retail traders aren't moving the market. I think retail lately piling in has been keeping this fake ass uptrend from like all these days here. I think retail has been keeping it going. But as far as intraday movement, retail's not moving the market. They're just piling in on things like earnings and stuff like that. This is my opinion. I don't know, but I know retail doesn't move the market. PDT is geared towards retail. Institutional traders, that's different. They have the ability to put on trades to grab liquidity and stop people out. So how it affects intraday, I think it's not going to have that much impact. People are, same rules are still going to apply either way, right? I think the main issue we have to worry about is when they start doing overnight. When the market's open 24 hours a day and we don't have, when we have to start taking into account Asia session, Europe session, stuff like that, that's when it's going to get interesting. I'll say that. When they start the 24-hour trading, that's going to be an issue. I think there's going to be a lot more dilution. We're going to have to focus our trading around times. Like, okay, Asia's opening now, Europe's opening now, stuff like this. When that happens, then we got an issue. The market's going to get diluted. I know they're talking about it. I don't know when, but I know they're talking about it. That means our session, we have this 6 hours, and we have the life cycle of the day trade, right? In the morning, the volatility, the afternoon is the consolidation, stuff like this. Only 3 trades in a day. You may only get 1 trade, because I think there's going to be a lot more consolidation, because people are going to be like, oh, okay, that didn't work out for me. Let me wait for Asia. I got time. Let me wait for Europe. I got time. And then I don't know this for a fact, but I think that liquidity is going to be grabbed around times, prices obviously, but expect a lot more muted movement, such as what you're seeing here and here, until those markets open, and then the spike. So there's going to be spikes around those times. Because right now we have 6 hours to do what we need to do. And out of those 6 hours, 2 or 3 trades, maybe 1 to 3. So imagine it being a lot more diluted. 24 hours. It's not going to be a good thing. I think there's going to be a lot more swing trading. That's what I do think. Yeah, and SpaceX, they open up their IPO, $135. Wow. And you better believe there's people that are going to pay for it. $135 IPO, and they haven't flipped a dime yet. They haven't even flipped a dime, and $135 for 1 share at IPO. That is, and keep in mind, they changed the rules for SpaceX, right? They changed all the rules for SpaceX. Before, there was a certain amount of time that you needed to be before you got introduced into SPY or QQQ. That all went out the window. All those parameters to be added to the index, gone. Just for this one company. If this isn't manipulation, I don't know. That's the actual definition of it. Okay, this is equivalent to watching paint dry. Let me let me circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Here, look. From this point here, if we do get movement, it's got to be like this, right? Something like that, or it has to be underneath the 5. Underneath the 5. If they're going to make the move. There's nothing to do inside here. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Really quick before I take my break. Now that we're above the 5 is going to have an upward pulling bias, right? It's going to be pulling upwards. The longer we're above it, the more it's going to pull upwards, okay? So with that being said, in order for the down move to happen, it needs to be aggressive and fast. It needs to be aggressive and fast. All right, there we go. Remember, this target is always moving. This is dynamic. It's always moving. It's not static like what we have up here. It's always moving. So this is why it's risky to trade around the 5. Wait for it to get, if you're looking for puts, wait for it to get below. You have to wait for it to get below. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, yeah, we got what? Minute and a half left. Look, it's important that everyone understands there's, when I drew this resistance line right here, there's no way I could have known that was going to be a thing. This is some random line that I put here but if it gets above this line, that means that this downtrend would be, it's still intact for now. That's all I'm saying, right? So we're between the 5 and this resistance right here. Well, let's see where it closes. After hours is going to tell us what we need to know. Last minute here, literally 1 minute to go. But this price action right here, this is not what we're interested in, right? We don't like this type of stuff. We need significant movement like this. Whenever we see movement like this, then we have an idea. Whenever we see big waves like this, then we have an idea. But there's nothing really here to do. But also we knew there's probably going to be resistance right here. Now look, I'm telling you right now, I just guessed this. This is a guess. So I just got lucky. This is just luck. I just get lucky every day. But we just got to pay attention to the data that's in front of us. We'll be fine. So tomorrow, this jobs report, I think it may be 30 minutes. It's either 30 minutes after or before the market opens. Either one. But look, at 10:50, or excuse me, not 10:50, at 15:50, you can see this is when the violence started, right? The violence started here. They gave us a red candle, continuation down to the red. Anyways, that was the session. I think, okay, so before the market. So maybe it might be 30 minutes before the market opens. So look, if the premiums are high at 9:30 Eastern, if the premiums are high, we have an idea that there might be some volatility. Volatility indicates maybe a down day. I'm not saying it's going to be down forever. So take your money and get out. We're going to make a trading plan, obviously. We just need to follow that trading plan. And from here, well, it depends on pre-market. I think it's going to be an easy trading plan. I think it's going to be pretty easy. It depends on the pre-market. But look, this resistance right here, this is luck. I got lucky here. So I didn't know that this was going to happen. It just made sense, right? It had to be like that. So anyways, there's no one watching this anymore. But if you are watching and you're interested in learning to trade with us, go to live5trade.com so I can get you sorted out. Otherwise, YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Discord, I'll be in there in a second. Have a good day. Lucky every day, right? Just get lucky. All right, have a good one. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Discord, I'll see you in there in a second. Goodbye. I love you.